Hello, everybody. Ba-da-ba-da-ba. I'm listening to Akashvani once again, Radio Akashvani India. It's coming in well on 11900. Pretty good signal, 11900. So, check it out here. I'm going to turn on, check out the websites that I need. We had a power outage today because it's actually a planned power outage. So what happened is on Wednesday, I think, we had a automated phone call that said that there was going to be some work done on the power grid here, and that there wouldn't be any power from 7 a.m. this morning to 3 p.m. So, indeed, woke up at 10, and there was no power. It was actually kind of cold inside. And power came back as 2:15, so that's where I put the links to the show. And did do some listening with the Texan S2200X, man. It was so quiet on the bands. It was just incredible. Just incredible to see how quiet it was on the frequency ranges. So this is good. And just gonna put this here, make sure I could see everything. There we go. Number of people there, that's good. So I was hoping that the power would come back a little earlier than 3 p.m. because I was like, okay, what do I do at 3? So I thought if it would come too close to 3, I would probably have pushed the show 1 hour later, just to have the time to prepare everything. But when power came back at 2:15, I was like, oh, this is good. This is good. We're in tune, in time for everything. So I thought that was great. Just the perfect timing for a power outage. The good thing was sunny, so my living room and this room, my office, which are facing towards the sun, actually stayed pretty warm with the sunshine coming in. But bedroom and the kitchen, which are on the other side, were actually getting quite cold. It's about 32 Fahrenheit today, 0 degrees Celsius. I'm supposed to have maybe a couple of inches of snow tomorrow. So, here we go. Pages are open. EIBI Space, Bream, and HF Underground Fire Pirates. So I'll be able to do that. I've put the camera back for the camera if I want to. If I want to control the other camera so that you guys could see the frequency I'm tuned to on the Kenwood R5000, which is 11900. So you guys will be able to see that. And like I said, Akashvani from India, pretty good right now on 11900. So kind of interesting. The propagation wasn't great, but it was just good enough. I noticed that Akashvani was actually audible at like noon, around 17 UTC here on 11900. It's one of those frequencies that seems to be all afternoon. So a few scans. I listened to some air traffic control on 25, close to the 25 meter band, 11 megahertz. I did some ham listening up to the 10 meter band. Did quite a few things while the power was out. It was definitely extremely quiet on the band. It was like That's how it should be all the time. I also enjoyed the GA490 outside because since it has the battery powered bias D, it was able to actually work, and I could plug a portable radio on it. So that was also pretty cool to play around with. So that was really really nice. So that's the day today. Pretty unusual. I had completely forgotten that they were turning off the power. I wanted to cook breakfast, and it was like, oh, there's no power, no breakfast. So there's a nice little coffee shop just at the corner here. And so I went there, took a sandwich and coffee, and it was pretty good. It's actually my go-to place when the power's out because it's when the power's out on this street, the power's always okay there. So, you know. Anyways, let's start the show. This is the Shortwave Radio Live Show, and we are here every Saturday at 20 hours Universal Time. The purpose of this show is simple. It's to gather as many people as possible to have fun with radio and tune around the bands and, spark interest in all the aspects of the hobby. And, of course, since this is a solitary hobby in general, this is the place to be for gathering of everyone together in one big gang of radio geeks and have fun together. So this is, of course, a lot of fun for that. And hope that you will enjoy the show today and have fun with us tuning, listening. So you probably hear in the background, I got CHU on 7850 here, which is coming in right now very well. Like I said, I've got Akashvani India on 11900 coming in very, very well. Station I want to try a little later on is Vietnam, which almost all week came in so well on 11885 in English at 2130 UT. So we'll be checking that out. We'll see how the propagation holds. But this is interesting because there's a huge sunspot that is actually rotating into view, and it seems to be already starting to create a lot of activity. So we're going to see what happens with that because this sunspot is huge and definitely will be the thing to look at this week. So this is going to be interesting because already on the edge of the sun there's a couple of flares and most of them are rated M, but they probably were X flare because part of the flares were actually going away from the sun from us. So this is going to be interesting to see, especially it's going to be especially interesting to see what happens this week with propagation and the solar activity. So right now, what's the activity right now? If I look at the K-index is at 3. It's not the best, but it's something we're going to look at as we move on. So welcome aboard. This is the Shortwave Live Show. We are here every Saturday at 20 hours Universal Time. My name is Gilles, located in Montreal, Quebec, Canada. And we had the honor of having Glenn Hauser from World of Radio show and World of Radio fame on worldofradio.com to watch part of the show last week, and he actually wrote to me to thank me about talking about the I.O. group and the World of Radio show and all of that, which in my book is one of the best resources out there. And World of Radio show is an amazing show. I listen to it every week. And so we actually gave a shout out to the official Shortwave channel on this show this week. So it's pretty cool. And, well, this is fun to have all of these people come in. We have a beautiful chat room. If anybody wants to join in, chat with others, this is a clean place. I always say how most groups are not maintained well, and a lot of groups have crappy users that just make the experience really negative one and bad. And this is not the case here, and this is not what we do here. Here, everybody's welcome, and we, try to make it the best place. Unfortunately, sometimes, I will correct someone with something they're saying. Unfortunately, a lot of people take it a little personal, which should never be. If I tell you that what you're listening to is not what you're saying, don't be offended. I'm there. I'm just correcting the person, and it's really not anything bad. It's never anything bad. So basically, this is what's happening with that. Some people take it a little too personal, which should never be. When we're here to help, and we're here to correct, because other people are watching, other people will be reading what you post. It's kind of important that we be as close to what is the reality of what you're listening to, and it's I know that Glenn Hauser has the same problem. Glenn Hauser likes things to be pretty accurate, and so some people take it personally and don't like it. But in reality, it's just it's just a correction. The guy's doesn't hate you or anything. It's just we're correcting you because we like to have things that are to be good and interesting. So it's interesting. I just noticed that Akashvani seems to have faded a little. I don't know if there's a flare on the sun that happened or something, but still there. Not as strong as it was about 10 minutes ago. So never take it personal. Always be happy, and it's a place to be that's always fun. And once this is over, we have a Facebook group, and that Facebook group is where. Oops. I'm gonna check something here. Okay. There we go. So the Facebook group is where we continue. 4,200 members on the Facebook group, where we talk about and continue talking about radio, sharing about what we're listening to, and just have fun together. So lots of places where we're all together and have a lot of fun for sure. So this is cool to have everybody here. So I got my usual websites open for the different things that we're going to look at. The HF Underground website for pirate activity, Preom for number station activity, and EIBI Space, so we can check out what's on the air right now and tune the bands and know what's on. I'm going to try a little bit of the KPH stations from California. They're sending their Morse code and even some Navtex in some cases. I'm going to check out if we can hear those marine stations activated Saturday only by the Marine Historical Society, which is always nice to see, and a good way to check for propagation conditions too. So hope that everybody's going to have fun today. It's a lot of fun to be here. I'll have a little sip of beer, so cheers everybody. And let's start this show. M6JKW, welcome aboard. Nice to have you here. James Farley, nice to have you here from Old Bridge, New Jersey, KD2GUZ. Bobby Burgess, nice to have you here. WA5107 SWL in Morgan City, Louisiana. Richard Wagner, nice to have you here from Northeast Illinois. Nice to have you on board. 54 Cal, nice to have you here from Northwest Pennsylvania. Megan, nice to have you on board from Colorado. Nice to have you here. 31 Fahrenheit there. What's about the temperature here? VA3JPX, nice to have you on board. Mike B, nice to have you on board from Colorado. Nick Hammond, nice to have you here from Romania. Blogger from Virginia, nice to have you here. And thanks for the list. If you guys haven't seen it, the guy has a list of radios for the holiday season. And also a nice picture. If you are on the Facebook group, go and check out. I'm sure that is Blogger Christmas tree with radios everywhere. Bloudman, nice to have you on board from Western Germany. Nice to have you here. Older Radios and Phonograph, nice to have you on board as usual. Hope everybody is fine. I'm just going to check out in a few minutes the emails. I get emails from time to time, and I kind of forget to check my emails. Some people just logging through email. So, Old Radios, nice to have you here. Robert Varner, nice to have you here. KC2TEL in New Jersey. Tosin Love, nice to have you here from Alabama. Loudman, nice to have you here. Listening to KBS World Radio on 3955, which that is a relay in Europe for you guys, which is pretty cool. J Projects, nice to have you on board. Perry in Sherbrooke, Quebec, that I had the occasion to meet for the first time in seeing who Perry is at the Canadian International DX Club Zoom meeting last week. That was pretty cool. Talking about Zoom, there was supposed to be a Zoom tomorrow. I have a big appointment that I can't miss, so I won't be able to make the Zoom tomorrow. I'm sorry guys. It was not planned. It's happened pretty much last minute. So I'll see if I can either move it, or we'll see how we're going to deal with that and have that Zoom actually come up for sure. By the way, before we continue, I just want to mention that we have, if you want to participate and support me, there's the super chat here where you can actually click the little dollar bill and have or dollar sign and give a little donation through here. And of course, the famous pizza fund and cat treats that can be through PayPal also. Don't forget that anybody that has donated on the Christmas show with Santa, we will have a 2 Canadian International DX Club memberships given away, and a surprise box that Santa will be also giving away. So anybody that donates whatever amount, you will be in the drawing, and who knows, maybe you'll win either a membership to CIDX, or maybe you'll get that surprise box. Who knows? So thanks everybody for the donations. By the way, they are very useful, very helpful, and they enable me to buy new equipment, to change things. I got a new camera this year, new antenna because the other one, the MLA 30 loop gave away. So these are things that I just purchased a new balun for the amateur radio stuff. These are all things that come out in money for the donations. A new radio's coming. I'm supposed in a couple of weeks to have that new DP666 portable, which will be interesting to use and try and review. So we'll, of course, continue with that and try to make as many videos as possible. I'm sorry for the output of videos, which has been very low, but I've been extremely busy, and this week was the week of hospital appointments for my caregiving duties. So it's like I wasn't here so many days, but hopefully things are going to quiet down now as we're going to Christmas, and I'll be able to continue that famous list of radios for Christmas 2025 that I like, and also I'll share the Mr. Blogger Die's list of favorite radios for Christmas also, which is very nice. So hang in there, and sorry, thanks for your patience. Brad Shaver, nice to have you here from North Illinois. Nice to have you here. Jay Watterson 69, nice to have you on board. Ricky, bonjour, nice to have you on board. And it's -7 in Calgary, a little colder. We're supposed to get into the real cold weather this week. We're having nights where we're going to be like at -10, -12. So we're starting to be in the dead of winter stuff. Toast and Loaf, nice to have you here. Gilles Never, nice to have you on board. Tell me a little about how I started my shortwave hobby. It all started, you know what? I found what is close to or pretty much to be what I believe is my first shortwave radio. Back in 1980, I found a catalog of consumer distributing. And it's a catalog that's something like September 1980 year. And there's a multi-band radio there, and I looked at it quite a lot. It has that flip-up part where you have the top. Kind of looks a lot like what I was using. I'm not totally sure it's exactly that model, but it's close to that model for sure. And so basically this is what started all the hobby here. That multi-band, because I had, you guys know I was maybe 5 or 6 years old, and I got a Ernie in the Bathtub AM radio from my sister, which was kind of cool. But that multi-band radio it sparked interest because it had things that I was like, this is kind of cool. Hearing the air band, hearing aircraft for the airport, things like that. It had SWL on it, which I didn't know what it meant at all. And that was also something because it's like, okay, there's this weird band where I was hearing weird stuff, Morse code and strange noises. And the real moment where shortwave particularly came into my life was really in 1982, when I came home with a Realistic DX100, which I thought was the coolest looking radio in the world. And that night, and thanks to something that we miss today, manuals today explain how the radio works, doesn't tell you what's out there to listen to. Back then, the Radio Shack manuals were good for that. They weren't very big, but they were to the point of, this is what we hear. These are the bands where you'll hear marine or amateur radio or aircraft and so on. And it made me understand what I was listening to. And this was really cool. So this is how it all started, basically. And it was really, really nice. This is pretty much where the major part of shortwave listening started for me. Started QSLing stations, writing to stations all over the world. And it's pretty much why I'm here today, why this exists. Thanks to that little radio, the Realistic DX100. And through that, of course, I went through a couple of multi-band radios. I went through the scanner craze of the 90s, late 80s, early 90s, where you could hear so much on the scanner radios, from the police to cell phones to, cordless phones, things like that. That was kind of the cool thing. I still remember, in winter or summer, it didn't matter. I'd put the scanner radio. In the winter, I'd put it in my coat jacket, the pocket in my coat. And in the summer, I just, like a walkie-talkie, I'd just go around with it. And was listening to different, like, cordless phones around here and taking walks and listening to all sorts of things. I'm the guy that listens to everything. So it's kind of really, really cool to have all of that. So that's pretty much how it started, and I would say the bulk of all of that started in 1982 when I got that Realistic DX100. Alan Willie, nice to have you here. Alan, VO1001SWL in Newfoundland. Don Royal, nice to have you here from Arizona. And Tusselnoff, yeah, it's like seeing the stars from the city when there's a blackout. Same thing. It's like, the light pollution is actually the very, very good way of imagining what our noise is in a city. The radio noise and the light pollution are the same thing. It's just that radio noise, we don't see it with our eyes. We hear it on our radios. But it's the same thing. It's some kind of, it prevents us from hearing the weak signals, like light pollution prevents us from seeing the weak stars, or the stars that are dimmer, or the different objects, like comets, for example. We had a few comets that reached, just barely reached, a visibility that would technically be seen in the city, but a comet is so diffuse that it's hard to see that comet through that light pollution. And it's the same with radio. We have that noise floor that's just crazy, and it prevents us from really hearing the weak signals. And it was a great example today with the power out. I could hear stuff that, I would not hear usually. It was pretty amazing. Brian Leisner, nice to have you here. 606 in the sticks, nice to have you on board. I always have some space for new people, all the time. Enough. This is a big, big, big room, so there's always place for somebody else. The Vault's, nice to have you here from Latvia. And he says that after he got licensed, I met a lot of similar-minded people locally, so good incentive for those who have not. Because, there are ways to meet other people. If you get your IM license, if you do it in person, if you go to follow, like, amateur radio course and even go and pass your license in a class somewhere, there are other people there that are interested in the same thing as you are. And of course, there are amateur radio groups out there. Here in Montreal, there are several groups of amateur radio. This is a way, if you want to meet other people, to check it out. And there are some great people out there that are certainly interesting and fun to be with. Steve Burnham, nice to have you here from Central Pennsylvania. Shortwave Signals 123, nice to have you on board from Florida. We have Ili Bel Seat 512, which I'm sure has another name when it's not those weird cryptic names. SWL 1315RE, nice to have you on board. Darren Rogers, nice to have you here from Long Island, New York, KB2AHS. Chuck Schreiber, nice to have you on board from South Texas and 5KVO. Robert Cross, nice to have you on board. Finally, I got my computer built today and be testing it tomorrow. Yeah, I'm afraid something not going to work. I don't want to start pulling out nest of wires out again tonight. Yeah. Got to check out everything. That's the thing about building your own computer. It's a fun experience. It also could be a very frustrating experience sometimes. So, I remember as a tech guy, one of the things that happened to me is a guy says, I got a computer to get fixed. And I get there to fix the computer, and the guy changed his mind, decided to buy a new computer, but not buy the computer already built. He bought all the parts, got home with them, and said, well, now you build my computer. It's like, okay, I was not expecting that, building a computer for you right now. But, this is something that is very rewarding. It's a great learning experience for those that have the knowledge and know how to do it. But, for most people, I always say, buy something that's already, built. Because you can go get into all sorts of weird moments, and sometimes you have parts. This is one of the biggest problems I've seen with people building a computer. It's sometimes two parts of the computer don't speak well to each other, so computer has glitches, and it's the fact that, well, when big manufacturers, that's the reason why when they create a new PC with new parts, they'll leave the PCs running to test them properly to make sure that all the parts speak to each other very well, which is not always the case. What else do we have? Let me go down here. Down here. Just to make sure I lost my spot. Here we go. So, but it is definitely a rewarding experience. Free to choose. Nice to have you on board, John Arash from Saint-Hyacinthe, Quebec. No problem with you being late. I almost was late. For those that weren't there at the beginning, there was a planned power outage today. Hydro-Quebec had called, and there was an automated call on, I think it was Wednesday, saying that there would be no power from 7 a.m. to 3 p.m. So I had completely forgotten. I woke up this morning and I was like, ooh, no power. That's true. They said they were going to fix something. Actually, I know why they were going to fix something, basically. About, I'd say a month ago, month and a half, we heard a big bang outside. A really big bang. It's like something exploded. And the power went out for 5 minutes. And they probably rerouted the power because after 5 minutes, everything came back. So when they called this week saying that they need to repair something, I thought, okay, they're gonna go fix that thing that exploded, and they need to shut down the power for the area here. David Fogel, nice to have you here from Chicago. Dave, KE6EX, welcome aboard, my friend. Blonde Man, hope you're fine as well. Yeah, a bit busy week, but yeah, it's not bad. All right, Jay Dakota, nice to have you on board. WA0113 is WL, and it's cold day in Winsville, Missouri. KO40SA, Rick Myers, nice to have you here from Florida. Blandman says TF6686, AMN Volt V4 Mini finally got shipped. I have to wait a few times. This is coming from Shenzhen. Pretty cool. Andy New, nice to have you on board from Bristol, UK, M7CUN. And tonight's stipple is McEwen's Champion 7.3% Ale. Ordered a Bajaton BJ 9000 HT. Looking forward to it. Cool. I'm getting a gift from Shoyoung, actually. This is, I'm just going to bring out the a link. This is on its way to me, and it's kind of a pretty interesting device that is going to be here. So is this, no, this, okay. It's the WT2. So let's me show you WT2 radio. It's a very, very all-in-one thing. It's a kind of intercom, walkie-talkie, internet radio, AM, FM, shortwave. This is exactly what I'm getting. So you guys are going to see it right here. They actually have an article in the shortwave listening post. So here's what I'm going to get. This is exactly what's coming my way, and it's already shipped. And it's a Christmas gift they wanted to give me for helping them out with everything and on the LC90 and all of that. So can't wait to check that out. I think it's going to be fun to play with. Um, so Chuck Schreiber saw the tree decoration from Blogger Die. ZY3WR, nice to have you on board. I wonder in what area Radio Philippine going to broadcast for since they coming back in a few days. Yeah, but we still have no frequencies, no info, no nothing, which is kind of interesting. We should have any more info than that. But, the Radio Pilipinas was really a broadcaster that was mostly for that the Southeast Asia, like for that area, basically. So it's going to be interesting to see exactly what. But I don't think they're pretty much going to stay with their broadcast in that vicinity, I would guess. Mostly locally for them there. It's a great way to reach, the Philippines and all of that general region. There's so many islands in the ocean. And these countries are broken into so many little islands everywhere. Shortwave is actually a great way to reach everybody with only, one transmission. Ricky says it was minus 20 last night, so that's pretty good, pretty cold. We're not going to reach minus 20, but we're going to reach colder weather this week. Andy New, thank you so much for the tip. Much appreciated. Brian Leisner got dumped off his own network. Nicole, nice to have you here, Nicole. G6PGV, nice to have you here in Northwest UK. It's always nice. Thank you so much, Nicole, for the pizza on its way. Much appreciated. It is much appreciated. And Brian Leisner, thank you so much. Blogger Die, thank you so much. For the donations. They're much appreciated. Thanks. Megan says the book on my HRD 747 has a nice frequencies of interest list in it. That's the one that I've seen that. If it's general, like telling you where everything is that you listen to, that's good. The ones that are not as good are the ones where they, will say, oh, Radio Romania is on that frequency, or like when they have a list of stations, that is always outdated and never good in general. But when they have like a range, it's nice for that. I got a lot of people saying, well, the HRD 747 is great and you're not fair with it. And I am fair with it in my review. I know that on shortwave it works fairly well. The problem isn't that. It's that I always say, look, a radio that goes up to 500 megahertz needs to have more modes to listen to all sorts of signals that are available there, which it doesn't do. This is why I give it a bad rap. Not because it doesn't work well in certain areas. It is mostly because it should do more than what it does if they had designed it better. But overall, especially for shortwave, it works well. It definitely works well. And the important thing, like I always say when people say, well, you're too hard on this radio, that radio, you don't know what you're talking about. I always say, you're happy with a radio? That's the only thing that counts. Be happy. Don't let somebody else talk about the radio and bring you down. Hi, LB8CQ. Nice to have you here from Colorado. Percival, nice to have you here from Kiev, Ukraine. Joseph, San Francisco Bay, California. Nice to have you on board with this Texan PL680 MLA30 antenna. So, it says temperatures in California has dropped a lot the past week. It's cold. Free to choose. I heard about that power outage on the news last week. Yeah, here the power outage we had with when that it exploded didn't have anything to do with the rest of the power outages there were in the past few weeks because of the snow and all. It was really something else. But one of those, freak out of the blue explosions. For anybody that's never seen that, I've seen one explosion once in a manhole on the sidewalk. And there was transformers in the hole. One transformer blew up, and there are these little, 2-inch holes on the metal plate, and from there, blue lightning and sparks were coming out up to about 20 feet in the air. The most amazing sight I've ever seen, and the sound coming out of there, that electrical sound. One thing for sure, you don't want to be in that place when that happens. That was the most amazing thing I've ever seen with a transformer blow up. So that was something. But yeah, it's funny because that explosion. We heard that explosion about a month and a half, and it's not the first time. It's almost like, I was wondering when it happened, because I've heard that in the past years, and I was wondering if it's always at the same spot. Is it the same place where it always blows up? Is there some kind of design flaw or something that happens that area is, prone to failure? I was kind of curious on that. La Pointe 34, La Pointe 34, bienvenue de Pierrefonds. Nice to have you here. VA2HEV. Pierrefonds, by the way, for those that don't know, is on the west side of the island of Montreal. So we're technically, in the schemes of things of worldwide radio listening, pretty close. But at the same time, the island of Montreal is pretty big. So, oh, you got frequencies, Ricky? Cool. Let's check that. Oh, here we go. So, program will be from 02 to 0330 UTC, which is the time they were using. So those were posted 4 hours ago. 12020, 15640, and 17665. This is interesting. So that's supposed to start, Monday? I think it's December 1st, right? So I think this is going to be something to monitor. I'll be using some of the Kiwi SDRs to go and tune one of those frequencies. So 02 to 0330. I like Radio Pilipinas. It's very, I don't know, it has this distinct, peculiar sound to it. Retro Expert, nice to have you on board. And so thank you so much for sharing the frequencies, Ricky. Andy New, WT2 looks very interesting. Yeah, it definitely is interesting. So, yeah, they're basically having the same time. 0200 to 0330 was their English broadcast before. So they're the same time frame. And so this is going to be interesting to check it out. Rotten Animal, nice to have you here from Toronto. HILBACQ says cold here in Colorado. John Beckham, nice to have you here from Northeast Florida. GMAC, Great Smoky Mountains, checking in. Nice to have you here. Oh, it is pretty amazing and pretty dangerous, yeah. Don Royal, nice to have you here. And says WT2 is 120. So I'm supposed to have that hopefully before Christmas. It's going to be very interesting. It's going to be very interesting to play with that. Megan says, I say about it, HRD 747 it's fantastic for what I use it for and the price I paid for it. And I have other receivers that do other more things, so I don't need some capabilities on everything. So yeah, when a radio does what you want and it does it the way you want it, and you're that's all that counts, honestly. It's always that. Over the years, I remember when there was a Passport to World Band Radio. With the Passport to World Band Radio, we would have the the list of all the radios that were tested, and I mean, not all radios had 5 stars. Some radios were at 3 stars, 2 stars. I've purchased radios. This is where things are get very personal. I've purchased radios that weren't really rated very well that I actually loved using, and other radios that were rated, pretty good that I didn't really find that amazing. It's kind of there's it's not just the performance. It's sometimes the way the radio is all about, the way it's designed. There's something about it we like. It could be just the audio quality and it makes it better for us, or we find it interesting. There's so many things that make a radio, something we like, even though it might not be the best in the world. We could just be happy, because of some design that we just enjoy the way it is. So, Tosin Low says they could have some spectacular capacitor explosions, but I guess they don't use those much on the power grid. Yeah, I'm the impression that it was probably one of those big transformers that exploded somehow. It was pretty impressive. The noise, it was a very distinct, very particular noise also that was coming out of there. Megan says, the way I use a variety of receivers, different ones for different things, and I don't get bored with any of my receivers, and that's perfect. Fred Waterer, nice to have you here. In 2013, I worked nights in a call center. There had been a big storm. After it passed, I took my break and stepped outside. It was super quiet. Suddenly, a transformer across the road blew up. That wakes you up. Blogger Die says the HRD 747, or Ratty RF 760, is really jam-packed with features and its tiny shirt pocket size. It's on my Santa's nice radio list, so pretty cool. Jim Gordon, nice to have you on board from Scotland. And Fred Waters says, after I figuratively changed my underwear, I went back inside. The systems were all down. They asked me what I did. I like that. Ricky says, once I heard a transformer blow up in the alley behind my condo when a broken branch fell on some electrical infrastructure during a storm. Can relate to the noise. It's very unique noise. It's very, very unique noise when that happens. It's definitely very electrical, and it's very, very peculiar, the way it sounds. It's tough to define exactly what it sounds like, But man, I was maybe 17 or 18 at the time when that happened. Not far from where my father was working, and I was like, wow, it was pretty. Tosalov, 60 hertz is scary. 50 is more musical. I don't know. I've never heard a 50 hertz hum of some explosion, electrical explosion. John Beckham says, the lighting looks nice and ambient today in your shack. Yeah, it's probably just the way I position the lights and the camera. Usually, well, that also could be defined by this light, which is now not the same color as last week. Because what happens is that the camera will automatically shift its colors to make it look what it thinks it should be. And I know that this light is really defining a lot of how everything looks on the camera. If I change that color, it's going to go try to shift. So, James Farley just got my H501. What is the difference between the H501 and the H501X? The X is the export version. So it's the X1 is made for international. The non-X version is made for the Chinese market in general. Um, and in the H501, when you don't have the X, you always run into one possibility that keypad is in Chinese. On some, it does. Not all of them. There's a possibility you have an H501 without that is English also. And there's a slight difference when you turn it on. The frequency range, the way it's arranged and pre-programmed, is slightly different on the 501 and the 501X. But that said, there's nothing you can hear on the 501X that you won't hear on the 501. Overall performance should be the same in general. So no problem there. I'm going to just look at the email to make sure that I'm not missing out on anyone out there. Just gonna check it out because my email is secure, so I need a code. And okay, yeah, there was just when I was talking about the fact that Akashvani kind of faded a little bit. I just got a warning, an alert that there's a solar flare that just happened, which is a M1.4. So and that's pretty good. The Ricky sent a coverage map. Says you guessed last week that the path from India to your QTH is polar, and are right. Goes through the Arctic Circle. Coverage map created using power antenna and adding listed in HFCC data. So Ricky sent all the info with the map of how the path of the signal of Akashvani, which actually does go through the Arctic Circle, which it's kind of what you think because of radio signals don't tend to bend, so they follow a straight path. So it's it's always interesting to see the path of these signals. And so I just want to so thanks for everybody that have donated through PayPal. I wanted to check email and this here. All right, so we've got in the email. Henry Gonzalez, nice to have you here. Says hello from Missouri, Texas, City, Texas. So Missouri City, Texas. Thank you, Henry. And we have Pasquale in Italy watching. He says that he's in the suburbs of Rome, Italy. And he's got two questions. First is what does the ANL or automatic noise limiter do on my old radio? He's got a realistic DX302 that like I had, and he's had it for many years. And he says there's a thing called ANL, automatic noise limiter. He says he uses it and he doesn't see that much difference. The ANL is one of the, I guess it would be one of the least understood features of old radios. And the the features that are misunderstood on the ANL is the fact that automatic noise limiter was created for one specific purpose in radio noise, and it was to attenuate the static crashes of thunderstorms. So the ANL, it's an old thing in radios today. I haven't seen any radio today that has automatic noise limiter anymore. It's an old feature that was on. I remember my realistic DX100 has ANL, automatic noise limiter, and it's simply a circuit that's put in line. So when you have static crashes from thunderstorms, that ANL, that automatic noise limiter, limits the crash impact on your receive. So it's less harsh. It kind of smooths it out a little bit. So ANL was made for that particularly. Because there are two types of noise. There was like these noise blankers, which often were like to stop pulse type electrical noise on your receiver, but like from motors, for example. But the ANL was really there to smooth out what is the static crashes. So instead of being really harsh, it was softer to the ears. So basically, in the summertime, when you have static crashes that you hear in the bands, putting or turning on that ANL should technically smooth out somewhat that static crash. The other question is, what does the AGC do? And that has to be with his, he's got a Kenwood transceiver for his amateur radio use. Let us know your call sign, my friend Pasquale. And says, I don't fully understand what it does. So basically, the AGC, the automatic gain control, it's there to compensate somewhat on some signals. It is mostly something you'll use on single sideband, much more than on an AM signal, for example. Although it can do its job on AM signals, it will be much more interesting to use on single sideband. Single sideband is an on and off thing. So when you talk or when you hear a single sideband transmission, you'll notice that when someone talks, there's a signal. When it stops talking, it goes to zero. So that and when the signal is strong, it creates a very big difference. So your receiver is constantly getting either full signal or nothing. And that could be difficult on the ears if the receiver doesn't have a proper automatic gain control. A lot of portables are like that. It's one of the annoying things of a lot of Texan receivers. The PL990, the 880, PL330, very harsh. I'm on or I'm off, and no smoothing. So it can be tiresome to the ears when you listen to that. The automatic gain control is there to smooth that out. You have slopes, you have speeds of in and out. So the automatic gain control, what it will do is it will add a circuit that simply is going to be, instead of on and off all the time, which is hard to the ears, how about when it's on, we slowly go to off rather than going to off immediately. So it smooths out that slope of going up and down, which in turn will also make it less harsh when somebody's talking, because the radio doesn't have time to go to zero. It always be, depending on the speed of the AJC, it will be kept at a certain level, which means every time that punch goes through, it's not as punchy because it's already kept to a certain level. So it makes it smoother and easier on the ear. So AGC is good for that. And like I said, it's mostly used for single sideband. Although an automatic gain control circuit could be useful, when we have, for example, these signals that come from the poles. Often they're very, very fluttery. Well, if you put a slow EGC on it, that fluttery signal tends to be leveled out somewhat. Might be a little harder, a little better. It's less rough on the ears also. So that's what the automatic gain control does. It's really to compensate in between a signal that punches in very hard, very strong, and goes to zero all the time. It just smooths it out. And so this is something that is useful to help you enjoy the hobby a little more, because already we have the all the static and all the harshness of what we're listening to. So this definitely is something that can help out in the hobby. So thanks for the questions. Anybody has questions, you can send them here. You can send them on the chat. You can, we're here for that. We're here to help out and talk about radio. Fred Water likes my setup. Canadian Perry Shortwave. I need to put the Yaesu FTDX10 back here. I miss having it with the the screen there. So I'm probably gonna have it back on the in the shack here with all the other with the radios soon. So we're gonna check that out. So Radio Marti. We do have Brazil, Radio Nacional, Amazonas. That's starting to come in on 11780. It's not very strong yet, but it's there, as you can see here. There's been a lot of talk this week, by the way, about Spain, where nobody hears Spain this week, pretty much. And Spain has been tough, and I have tried several times and didn't hear anything from Spain. 12030 is almost the best frequency. 9690 to North America is gone. I don't know what's happening with their transmitters, but last summer we had the frequency to North America, 15500, that early in the scheduled season went dead, and it was never to be replaced. But at least 17715 was coming in decently well, so we could use that one, and it was okay. But now this winter, 9690 would really be useful, and it's not on the air. So a lot of people are like, where the hell's Spain? And I haven't heard their English broadcasts. I haven't even heard their French language broadcasts, and since they've changed frequency. So definitely something is wrong and not really, really good on the part of Radio Exterior de España. Hopefully going to fix things or something. Maybe we should all write to them and say, hey, we're not hearing you. What are you doing? Canadian Prairie Shortwave, nice to have you on board. Brian Liesner's grocery time. Joseph says, another solar flare. I thought I heard it was going to calm down for a while. Actually, we're in the part of the solar cycle that's now slowly declining. But that also is, we're still very high in that solar cycle 25. So basically what happens is that we are in the the phase of still having a lot of activity. And so this is something that will continue. Ricky, thank you so much for the donation through PayPal. Much appreciated, by the way. Here I'm going to show you guys what it looks like right now. The sunspot that's coming. Look at that. So this is 4294. That's on the rotating into view right now. This is pretty amazing. So let me just share the display here. Here we go. So you guys could see, look at that big sunspot coming over here. This is pretty crazy. So it's really on the left side here. And this is actually rotating into view now. So it's going to be crossing the solar disk and creating all sorts of issues probably. So this is going to be interesting to look at what happens this week with this big sunspot coming through. So, like I said, when we have solar activity, declining solar activity like we have now, what happens is that the activity is still high. We still get, peaks of very high solar activity, and we still get moments where the activity could be very intense. It's really an up and down thing. In fact, one of the interesting aspects of the solar cycle that's been seen is that the declining phase of the solar cycle is often where we have the biggest and strongest solar flares. Actually, I believe the Carrington event of 1869 was, or 1859, was actually a huge solar flare in the declining phase of the solar cycle back in the day. So we're still in close to the peak. We're about a year now. We're a year after the maximum happened, which happened late in 2024. So, but we still have a few years of that solar activity, up and down solar activity, as we'll be in the declining phase. Blagodai, long wave on the H501 is 100 to 519, and it's 50 to 522 on the H501X. So a slight difference there in the long wave frequency range. I mean, from 519 to 522, you don't miss out on much. Fred Waters, signal on 9330 kilohertz, just go in straight lines off the edge of the world. Yes, they are definitely line of sight from the Flat Earth Society. Ontario CB Club, nice to have you on board, my friend. Jim Gordon, thank you for a good explanation of ANL. Thank you so much. Yeah, a lot of people don't know what the ANL actually was for on those radios, and it is definitely something interesting to understand that ANL was really created for the static crashes of thunderstorms. So if you have an old radio that has an ANL or automatic noise limiter position, in the summertime when you hear static crashes, turn that on. Put that in the ANL mode. Don Royal picking up 9330. Jim Gordon the other day tuned into 74, 975, and 9920 for Radio Thailand. Yeah, wishful thinking, I know. I'm hoping, and this is interesting, I'm hoping that Radio Thailand can maybe follow Radio Pilipinas' example. So Radio Pilipinas got a exemption. It seems that the U.S. Global media guys decided that it was okay to let Radio Pilipinas continue with their transmissions, even though that their the VOA and RFERL are not there, not RFERL, but Radio Free Asia in that part of the world. It's interesting because that means they need technicians. They need to have an engineer or somebody there on site to keep all of that running. So, interesting. Brian Leesner have been playing with the NRSP ST pair with a K480 WLA, and I'm pleased with both. Using it now 9230, getting S9, Philadelphia. John Beckham, 9330, pouring into Northeast Florida. Yeah, the A330 is sometimes so strong here that it overloads my radios. I don't know what it looks like right now on the receiver here. If I go and tune around on the Kenwood, been enjoying playing with the Kenwood for a while in the last couple of months. Oh, look at that! It actually is blowing the Kenwood away. It's distorted because it's too strong. Look at my S meter. Look at the S meter, guys. You're gonna be. Look at how it's peaked. It's like peaked at the highest possible level. It's just crazy. If I put the attenuator, look at that. I put the attenuator to the maximum, which is 30 dB, and I'm still pretty much close to the maxed out S meter here. Look at that. I am being blasted by WBCQ world's last crap broadcast on 9330. Just crazy. Just crazy. Kevin, nice to have you on board from Florida. Thanks for the tip. Received 9265 WINB, but WRMI is too close for me. UKTH has some differences in reception. Is there snow on the ground? A little bit of traces of snow here and there, but not much of it right now. We had a lot more a couple of weeks ago when we had that little storm, but a lot of it's melted. But we do have traces here and there. Tomorrow is probably going to be wider, since tomorrow is going to be, we're going to have a couple of inches. So I can't wait for, like, a real big storm. Craig Martinetti, nice to have you on board. Brian Penny from Cape Cod, Massachusetts, nice to have you here. And yeah, I hope you guys in the U.S. have and had a great Thanksgiving. Kamikaze 1976, nice to have you here from West Michigan. And it's got a winter weather warning. What else do we have? Oops, here. Joseph, issues, solar RF interference. Yeah, sometimes when we got big sunspots, there is solar noise that's created with that, definitely. So there's a lot of things happening when there's solar flares. What happens also is that we always have blackouts that last from 5, 10, 15 minutes. So there's all sorts of effect from that also. So yeah, we're going to be in for an interesting week. Bobby Tino, nice to have you here from Dallas, and he says it's 65 degrees. Radicals Quadrant says Carrington event occurred during solar cycle 10. And John Wickham, I used to enjoy how the sunspot used to exacerbate the CB skip back in the day. Yeah. Joseph, propagation has been great over here for the most part. 54 Cal has 11630 in HK Radio Japan. Let's see what I hear here. Yeah, something very weak. There's something very weak. Definitely there in 11630. Definitely. Let's see here. We have anything on the pirate side of things right now. There was an unID'd a 1900, but nothing right now. So we're going to do a few little checks here. I'm going to try the KPH Morse code transmission, see if we hear anything. What do we have? Jeff, nice to have you on board. And to ZNN from New Jersey. We have Radical Squadron says 93.95. Glenn Hauser with World of Radio on 93.95. That was a few minutes ago. Check it out here. 93.95. Yep.
If they cease using the station, the ownership will revert to the local government. The majority of this should not pose any problems. Ron Howard reports in California.
So 93.95 World of Radio, Glenn Hauser's excellent show right now on WRMI. And so let's see on what's on 15770 right now. 15770 has.
How about those retractable hardtop groups? It was first in the 1934 Peugeot 401 Eclipse. Did you know that Peugeots at one time was the most sold car in the world?
Oh, one of those random, that I call him the random guy. I don't know what's the name of his show, but he talks about all sorts of kind of facts of things happening. He's talking about an old car right now. So it's kind of, okay. Don Royal not receiving 11.630. Craig Martinetti, cold outside, lots of snow. Blogger Diet snow forecast for Tuesday. Kenneth, KW 1161, nice to have you on board from partly cloudy Tucson, Arizona. Tosin Love. Those signal blackouts go all the way down to VLF frequencies too. Yeah, depending on the flare, it can affect a part of the spectrum. Sometimes it could be like just the upper frequencies above 20, 30, 15, 20 megahertz. Sometimes it's below up to 20, or it could go below to 10, or depending on how strong the flare is, it could be a general blackout. Usually the blackout when there's a solar flare though happens mostly on the daylight side of Earth, which means if you're in the middle of the night and you're hearing something that's in the darkness path, usually you don't have much effect of a solar flare. But if you're listening, say, to Radio New Zealand that's in daylight, and a lot of the signals in daylight coming up to here, for example, well, you might notice that suddenly you're losing Radio New Zealand, and that's because of there's a solar flare that just happened. Craig Martinetti, him at a coffee shop drinking a hot coffee. Cool, enjoy that. I got a new coffee machine to make espresso and lattes this week, which I've been really enjoying a lot. Mike B, the 93.95 week in Southwest Colorado. And what else do we have? Kenneth says, I had a Peugeot bicycle. John Beckham, 11630. Yeah, probably like here. I hear it very weak here. GMAC, 13820, coming in clear as a bell. Yeah, that is Radio Marti, broadcasting out of North Carolina. What else do we have? We have Jim Gordon that is sharing the schedule. Yeah, nobody's been hearing anything. And that 9690 is no good. It's not been transmitting at all. The only one I've been hearing somewhat is 12030. But 17 megahertz frequencies at this time of year at that time are pretty much nowhere to be seen here. MM7 BFL Radio, nice to have you here from Scotland. Shane, nice to have you on board. And any tips on dealing with AM interference? I'm working with a magnetic loop with 1.7 megahertz low pass, 45 megahertz high pass filter using a Texan S2200X. Is it a passive loop or it's a amplified loop? If it's an amplified loop, the problem you might have might be the loop itself. It depends what's happening. There are filters to remove the medium wave band if there is such issue. Do you live very close to any medium wave stations where you are? GMAC has a C-Crane Skywave 2. Mike B has a 13820 coming in. Dusseldorf, the sun noises on HF from flares are very noticeable sometimes when they're changing rapidly. Yep. Ham radio Helmer, the N3WER, about to fire up to radio. And yeah, Paul is great. Paul is in the bedroom, I think, sleeping. And our friend Ham Radio Elmer says that 20-meter ham band is hot right now. Some really cool de-expeditions actually are in effect that are really, really cool to try and contact in the next weeks and until the end of December. Actually, a lot of them are a lot of African countries are going to be active. GMAC 13570 is also clear, which is the frequency for Radio Marti also. Just a couple of new frequencies they've added to their broadcast. Let's try, I'm going to try KPH, Morse code, guys. I just want to see how. So one of the first one, 22477.5. So 22, I'm going to put myself in CW. 22 477.5. See if I hear anything. So I'm just going to show you guys a screen of with the frequency. It is 22477.5. Not hearing that one. $17.016.8. Let's try that. Oh, maybe very, very weak. I'm hearing it very, very weak on 17.016.8. $12,808.5. Let's go to 12,808.5. Got this down there, but I don't have anything. So those frequencies are rather weak here. Oh, there it is. There's, I believe, a notch. Whoops. I believe there's a notch. I need to turn on the notch filter. Notch. No, there's a lot of This is where I missed the. This is where I missed the Radio Shack DSP-40 that I had. Auto notch was great because you just turned it on and it'd find it. But we're hearing the Morse code. So that is KPH. It's a marine station out in Point Reyes, California, in that area. And they are rebroadcasting these Morse code signals, reactivating KPH every Saturday, and this is thanks to the Marine Radio Historical Society, which actually reactivates every Saturday from 1800 to 01 UT. Let me go down here. Yeah, I believe. Yeah, this weekend is for those that wonder why there's a lot of CW in the handbands. This weekend is the CQ Worldwide CW contest. Last month we had the SSB part, which I was part of. This weekend is the CW portion, the Morse code portion. So let's go down. Marvin Montz, nice to have you on board from Beijing. A profound number of portable transceiver makers here, mostly from Shenzhen area near Hong Kong. About 200,000 licensed hams, mostly UHF, VHF. It's interesting. Mute Zone, Mad Reader DXer, nice to have you on board. Bobby Tino, what's CW mean? It means Morse code. It's continuous wave is the technical name for Morse code. CW is, so when you see that on any transmission anywhere, tell yourself that, okay, it must be Morse code, a Morse code signal. So, Kathy, nice to have you on board from Northern California. Kenneth's got 11930, 13570, 13820, No Joy, and Tucson, Arizona. It's probably skipping over you, I would guess. John Beckham has 13570. Craig Martinetti, I used to occasionally listen to Radio RSA South Africa, Johannesburg. Yeah. Mute Zone about AJC. I don't like it on some radios. It's too aggressive, causing the volume to go up and down a lot. Also ruins weak signal DX for me. Prefer AJC off when if audio is harsher. AJC is really not meant for weak signals. It's really meant for smoothing out stronger signals. And not all radios have a good AJC. Some have bad setups. Their slope is either too slow or too fast, and it doesn't help. It really depends on each radio. Some radios are better than others with the AJC, that's for sure. Tosanov here, 17016, 54 cal, 22476. Mike B's got 17016 strong. John Beckham is 6030 Radio Marti dead. No, it's on. It's on every night. I've been hearing it here a lot. You should try it. 6030 is from 6030 is from it starts at 01 UTC all the way to 11 UTC, so you should be hearing that. 6030 has been back, and the 41 meter band frequencies too, like 7435 and all and that are also on every night. Joseph, I bet shortwave receiver shopping in East Asia is really amazing. I saw a short Chinese-only documentary about Texan, and it featured a scene where people were digging through piles of old radios. Interesting. At night markets. Kevin, I really enjoyed the Seacrane 2E radio. It had very nice audio quality, but I never found it to be the medium wave powerhouse radio Jay Allen claimed it was. I think my location noise was the difference. Yeah, it's very difficult. I look at Radio Jay Allen's reviews. He's one of those go-to. I go there all the time to see what he has to say on radios. I mean, he's very knowledgeable and all, and it's always, I, as one that also often reviews radios on my channel, will often look at what others find on the radios too. And I mean, there are things sometimes that I'm like, yeah, okay. I'm not a big medium wave DXer, and maybe that's the big difference is I compare nighttime reception on several radios, and I can't say I know that the Texan S2200X is pretty good, especially with that rotatable antenna on top, which is makes it really amazing for that. But a clear winner, telling you there's a clear winner, one is better than the other. There is where I don't know. And I think there's part of it is maybe your own experience of how we DX medium wave. Do you DX it often? Is it something that you're like going crazy all the time? And it's very, very difficult. I've put so many radios next to each other tuning medium wave. And of course there are some that you see are not as good as others. But when you put them together and they're all the ones that people say, oh, these are the best, this is where I often have 2 or 3 radios which are clearly what's supposed to be the best, and there's always one that people say this is better than everybody else, and you're like, I tuned them and I'm like, this sounds the same. Sounds the same to me. But then again, maybe somebody that is much more into it and to medium wave will have a better option, or a better idea, or will kind of see something I don't see basically in it. That this is a lot of M3WER, I'm Radio Elmer. The FT710 is better for filters. Yeah, well, these old radios, I never found the notch filter on the Kenwood R5000 very fantastic because it's too finicky to tune. I'm starting to wonder if it actually is working, because I couldn't find a notch for that tone, which was kind of okay. It should technically. And I remember on the Kenwood R5000 finding the exact spot of a notch was so freaking tough. That's why I had the Radio Shack DSP-40 on top of my Kenwood. The DSP-40 was a basic DSP device, audio processor that Radio Shack sold in the 90s. And it had one amazing thing. When you press the button for notch, it was an auto notch. It immediately went where the notch is, and it was like, where the tone is, and it was like, nothing to do. It hears the tone, it just wants to eliminate it, and it eliminated not just one but multiple tones. If you had several tones, it removed all of them, and I was like, oh, this is so good. And I never thought, look, even the Yaesu FTDX10 that I got, I mean, it's much easier than that to operate, and it's okay. but it's not perfect either. It's like, I wish it was as quick and as good as the Radio Shack DSP. But definitely on the Kenwood R5000, the notch has always been finicky. Take care, Ontario CB Club. Kenneth's got 12808.5 in Tucson, Arizona. 54 cal, 22478. LSB, yep, that's a way to tune it if you don't have CW mode. Joseph says, when I lived on the Arabian Peninsula, all the markets had tons of very old analog radios that I'm sure they sold just for the look, but actually I think they were functional. It was like a dream. Oh man, so many radios. Yeah. John Beckham really likes the Kenwood. Kevin, I wish a C Crane Skywave SSB2 had a better speaker. No excuse in 2025 to be so tinny. Yeah. Anthony WR, Am Radio, Elmer says, lots of people not answering needed questions to join the Facebook page. Yeah, I know. What I do sometimes is I go and check who's waiting. Because, there's an automated you get in that I set up, which is if you answered every question and your Facebook page is more than a year old, there's an automated you're in. Nobody has to, put you in. But a lot of people are at, sometimes I look and I'll see people just like in the waiting line, and you're like, yeah, you didn't answer the freaking questions, Technically, we shouldn't accept them. Technically, it's like, well, why? I don't understand why they don't answer the question, by the way. I don't get it. Sometimes it's the length. That's the other thing that intrigues me a lot. If you guys have noticed, maybe, all the moderators on the Facebook group, sometimes it takes up to 6, 10, 12 hours before finally they'll answer the question. And is it a glitch on Facebook? It's so weird. But what I do personally, I look at the groups that they are in. When they don't answer the question, if I see that they're in maybe some other groups that I am into with radio, things like that, I'll be like, yeah, okay, I'll let them in. If there's no radio groups or anything, no, out. But yeah, a lot of people don't answer these questions. Absolutely. Might be 12808 USB strong in Southwest Colorado. Toslov, I found out I could hear another word. The word test, no matter how fast they send it. There's our ear gets used to some things. Like when I hear somebody calling CQ or CQDX, it pops up in my ear immediately. It's like a language, We hear those words that we now know, like, what they are, even though we don't speak a language. All radios did not get any radios this week. Tosalov says, I wasn't sure why so many were saying test. Yeah, because in the contests, that's what you're going to do. CQ test. That's what's going to happen. If you guys want to try that in 20 minutes, we'll have M12 Morse code number station out of Russia on 7893, so that's going to be something to check out. All radios, I like the DXing on AM, but the programming is usually unremarkable. I'm glad I can get an AM transmitter and play with I really want to hear. Yeah, there's a lot of crap on the AM band, but sometimes they'll go and especially a lot of weaker stations that you can get sometimes have these very unique, very unique. CHR 999 CHR. What 80s shortwave radio with BFO or SSB would you recommend? First of all, I would recommend that you do not pay much for any radios that are old radios. They're overpriced. I'll say it again and again, and a lot of people are mad at me. Like, well, I'm selling my Kenwood R5000 $800. Ain't worth that. At best, 100, 150. And I can already see faces saying, "What? $100 for Kenwood R5000?" It's old technology. It has tons of problems that it's aging. I mean, you're going to spend so much money trying to fix it at some point. It ain't worth it. And this is where there's a lot of discussion. I got my way of thinking, but old radios aren't worth more than, a handful of dollar bills. Anybody selling anything much higher, there are a few, of course, that will get more money, but you're getting old technology. And if you're going to dish out $800 for a old 80s radio, better dish out that same money for something completely new. If you're a ham radio operator, get yourself a new transceiver. They beat the hell out of anything from the 80s, and that's it. So, you first, that's the first thing to understand. The second thing, look, if I would want an 80s shortwave radio, honestly, and you have it in your price point, you're like, yeah, I'm ready to pay this amount of money for a working radio. Go for anything that is known to be good from the day. If it's a portable, well, if you get a good working Sony ICF 2010, yeah, all right. If it's in the price point you want to pay, go for it. They're known to be great portables. The Sony ICF 2010. I'd love to have. I'd love to have one. Honestly, it's. When I got my Kenwood R5000 that you guys see here, the Sony ICF 2010 was roughly, the price I paid for this one, because I paid, for those that don't know the story, I purchased this secondhand, but it was only 6 months old. The guy didn't have it more than 6 months when I bought it, so it was brand new, basically. The price I paid for this is the price that a Sony ICF 2010 was sold for. So I could have had a Sony ICF 2010, but I wanted to have I wanted to have a desktop. I wanted to have a big desktop. And the Kenwood R5000 was one of those highly rated radios back in the day. To give you an idea, I am happy to have it. I'm happy that it's working because it's got fixed. Because this thing didn't work at some point. That's why I got the ICOM ACR 8500 at some point. It developed all the problems that the Kenwood R5000 developed over time. The dots in the display because the PLL doesn't lock anymore, and the keypad bounce, all the things that are super annoying that you have to do something about, and probably pay someone to fix it. I'm happy to have it, but I tell you, if somebody out there, if I didn't have any radios, somebody out there said, hey, for $500 you get a Kenwood R5000, I'd say, keep your Kenwood R5000. I'm going to go buy an SDR. I ain't spending that amount of money on this old radio. It's old technology. And look earlier we talked. Somebody mentioned my that is filters in the FT710 were better than the one in the Kenwood R5000. And yeah, there you go. They're old radios. They're built with old technology. Today we get much more. Even today's portables do much more than a lot of these things. I mean, I can just fire up my Texan receiver and I have more bandwidths on it than the Kenwood R5000 here has. And it's crazy. When you think about it, it's really crazy what we have today. So the question will be more, what do you want to buy? And choose well, choose what is known to be a good radio from the day. And don't pay too much of money for it. Honestly, don't pay too much money for it. I honestly do not think those radios that are sold are worth the money that people are asking for. Remember that unless the radio is a PLL-driven receiver, you'll be plagued with drift. Guys, remember drift? You tune a signal and it slowly is drifting away. That was a problem back in the day. That's another thing. So, yeah, I mean, there's an appeal. I understand the appeal about... There's the appeal of the old radios that have a cool look to them. I mean, there's a lot of radios today that look cool. One of the biggest complaints I have today of radios is that a lot of them are small. And yeah, I'm part of I'm part of those guys that kind of want big radios, where I'm kind of want to have something big that I can use. So definitely, it's, old technologies is fun for that. There's big radios out there. And, we have radios we go. I got a Panasonic RFB 300 here. It's so crappy when I look at how it is compared to, I didn't know anything back in the day. I thought it seemed to be okay. Now today it's like, no, this is a crappy portable. And, I paid $100. It's a lot of money for that thing. And the reason I paid it was pure nostalgia. I wanted to have a radio that I owned 40 years ago. Okay? I just wanted to have that radio. Honestly, I'm not even sure it was worth $20. I dished out that money because you just got to be careful. And it's choose wisely, don't pay too much for it, and you'll be happy. And I get the drift of how cool older radios look and are also. That plays into the role. I know a lot of people that will spend a big amount of money on older radios. Often it's because of, it just looks cool, and it apart from a few exceptions, I know that some radios get more money if you Japan radio, a JRC 525, 535. I know these radios fetch a lot of money today. But don't be fooled. They're not better than radios today. They are old technology still. If I would pay, anybody... I saw a JRC 525 for $1,200 used. At $1,200, I'm going to buy a brand new transceiver. $1,200? You're indie. I can get an ICOM ICR 7300 for not much more than that. I'll get at least something brand new with new technology in it that probably performs better in many ways because there's all sorts of new, gizmos in that transceiver that NRD 525 didn't have back in the day. There's a lot of hype, I think, a lot too much hype on branding of an old radio of the day. That said, and I'll say it again and again, when somebody comes up to me and says, I got a Sony ICF 2010, should I buy something new? No, you shouldn't. You're fine. You're getting everything we're getting with our new radios. Why should you buy a new radio? Unless you want a new radio, that's a different thing. I will not tell you to buy a new radio if you've got one of those. If you got a Kenwood desktop, an Icon desktop for the day, I will not tell you to buy something new. What you have gets everything we get. It's not fresh technology, but it works well, and it does what it's supposed to do if it's well maintained, or if it's rebuilt, or if somebody, changed the capacitors, things like that, So it's something that's very personal, I think, and I think my recommendation here is you get the drift. Don't pay too much. Look at what's good out there. Maybe the desktops or things like that, or the few really high-end portables that were really good, like the Sony CF 2010, but don't pay too much for an old radio. It's not worth it. Old radio is kind of, it's fun kind of to hear commercials for stuff locally in other states. Yeah, I've been having fun this week. Talking of commercials, I actually was able to fix my old VCR. I have a VHS VCR Panasonic that's 25 years old, and it just was, when I put a tape in, it would just throw it back at me saying, nope, ain't working. And after playing around with it, I was able to have it working again, and I have a box of VHS that I started looking at what's on them. And one of the things is there's a lot of movies, TV shows recorded on some of these tapes from TV, and there's the ads that were playing on TV, and it's like some are so funny because it's like some of the tapes I have are like 30 or 40 years of age, and you see these old ads like for Heinz ketchup or things like that from like 1986, and you're like, oh god, those were the ads back in the day. But I've been having fun with that this week. I got an old Zenith, a 41-year-old Zenith, sorry. It's from 1984. That one has a really bad problem because it rewinds, forwards, does all of that stuff, but it totally refuses to play a tape. And I don't hear the read head, which is spinning in a VHS VCR. I don't hear it spin. I'm wondering there's something really really bad on that one, I think. So I'm probably gonna maybe throw it away or send it recycling or something. David Johns, nice to have you here. Joseph, pretty sure it's DX from Nevada. GMAC, Radio Shack DX 394 receiver for $233 local eBay. Too much money for that. It wasn't even that price back in the day. To give you an idea, GMAC, I was out of a job and didn't have any money back in the day. But the last one that was available at a Radio Shack here in Montreal was sold for something like 50 Canadian dollars, which is like today's money, 38 US dollars. If it's sold for $33, yeah, it's worth it. If it's sold for, like a Radio Shack DX 394, up to 50, 60 bucks, I'd say, yeah, okay. I'll take it. But I wouldn't give more than 50 or 60 bucks for that, personally. It's okay as a receiver. It's the last desktop receiver Radio Shack had. It ain't great as a receiver. It's okay, nothing more. Joseph, I like AMDXing, but I live near a ton of transmitter towers, so it's hard to get lots of AM breakthrough. Yep, that's the big problem when you're close to all these stations. Old radios, yeah, some play old-time radio shows, absolutely. Fred Water, I moderate a couple of groups. I have an issue with Facebook not giving notices that someone wants to join post. I don't have that problem. I usually see all of those that want to join, but boy, it's like I don't understand why people don't go through all the questions and stuff. It's very bizarre, and sometimes that delay I don't understand. David Johns, I had a DX394 modified a year ago. It's really great. NW3 WERM Radio Elmer says agree. I look at the people joining the same, see other groups. Some might have 1,000 pages and they might be in the same group like 2. The 10 to 12 hour gap might be times I am asleep. Yeah. Blogger says I am a moderator on another Facebook group and lots of applications fail to answer the trivial questions. There's something weird about that. Old tech is valued relative to its particular cult following. That is definitely a good way of explaining that. Yeah. And Jeff says on old radios the caps age, change values, dry out. Yep. Joseph, thank you so much for the donation. Much appreciated. And Jeff, it's like an ex-wife got rid of him. Boyd Mason Link, nice to have you here. I have two 2010s, love them. Jim Gordon, Aldo, I love old radios like the RF2200 and 2001D. I too would not recommend one today. It's too risky for breakdowns and expensive to repair. Stick to a good recent receiver, D808, R108, DX286. Yep. Joseph, what's the best SDR with a waterfall all-in-one device on the Amazon right now? I don't have a lot of those, so it's hard for me to really mention any of the model particularly. Maybe someone would recommend some that they have. David Johns loves his 803A. Jeff, unless the previous owner rebuilt it, yeah. Madrio DXer says, as someone who has bought old radios, I agree it is not worth it. Get newer and better ones. They will match the older radios and more. Because, you know, that's the biggest problem also, is that we remember these old radios as the standard of their day. You know, in their day, they were the best. Or they were the good ones. But we moved on in technology. And today's radios are very, very different. So if you guys want to try 7893, I'll try it here. 893. CW. Or 7894 lower sideband, 7892 upper sideband. For a M12 Morse code, I'm going to try to hear it on the U20 radio in the Netherlands. If I hear it there, I know it's there. So I'm going to check that out. I hear it there. I know it's there on the U20, but David Johns bought his 803A from Grove in 1992. Joseph seems like the algorithm thinks Sanjian is a swear word. Every time someone mentions it, the message gets flagged and I have to manually release. Sanjian, the word not to mention. Okay, yeah, it is there. It is there on the U20. I'll try it on the Kenwood. CW. So this is, of course, 7893. I'm not hearing anything here, but on the U20 it's definitely there if I look at it. So it's definitely there on the U20 receiver. So we'll try the next one, which will be 8132 in 20 minutes. Let's see if we hear anything on 8132 in 20 minutes. Brent Sutherland says, yep, bought an old radio and I regret it. Yeah, Kevin Michael, nice to have you here. And Radio Filipinas will be back in a couple of days. That's cool. That's good news. Let's cross our finger that the Radio Thailand could have the same thing. All right, Craig Martinetti, take care, stay safe. Manuel DXer says the best old radio I have bought is the Sony ICF 2010. Still working to this day. All other radios I own eventually stopped working. Sheila, nice to have you here from Belleville, Ontario. Like or die, I like my Panasonic RF 085 that I bought new back in the 80s. Still works well. The one I miss is the Panasonic RF 2800 that I sold for $75 at a garage sale, which I should have kept. That was actually a better radio than the RFB 300, and it was very unique. And some of those Panasonics were so cool to look at. This is also another factor where people might buy or give big money to one of those. The coolness factor of what they look like. I gotta say, we have beautiful radios today, but there's a lot of really cool, beautiful things from the past. Just by the way they were designed, the way they looked. I know that could fetch money. Not because they're the best, because just the way they look. Just so cool. You know, of course, if I'd be a millionaire and have space, you know, I'd get some of those radios, even if the money was like, it was too expensive. I'd still be like, oh, I want one of those, you know. And I guess there are people like that. There are people that are like, well, I got $1,000 to burn, and I don't care if I'm going to pay $1,000 for an old radio. I'm going to do it. Okay. You know, that's up to you. I mean, everything has a value, and the value is different for everybody. My value is the radio needs to be darn good condition, and you know, maybe it's been recapped, it's been fixed, it's been, you know, put up to par with brand new stuff inside to make it work well. But still, you know. And there's a value, depends on everybody. I paid $100 for a Panasonic RFB 300, which is not even worth $20. So, you know, it shows you that you have that. There's that specific model, that specific thing. Maybe you owned it when you were young. There's some, you know, nostalgia behind it, and that can actually open up your wallet quite a lot. And it all depends. Emery New Elmer Memory as well. We'll make us pay for radios for sure. You know, I was and am that guy. There you go. You know, there are things we'll pay for. There are things I'll say, hey, you're aren't you kind of dumb to pay that amount of money? But no, maybe there's something specific of that radio. You know, I'd get that Panasonic RF 2800 at $150, and I would probably like start thinking, I owned it, maybe I want it. You know, it's a mix of all sorts of emotions and complex things. I gotta tell you that. You know. Joseph, I have some antiques I am planning to, but probably never will restore. I'm Radio Elmer 1300 FTDX10. Kev Michael $1,200, no way. Matthew the extra for $1,000 territory. I go for a transceiver being a ham. That's for sure. If you're a ham, definitely, definitely, and because I see all these the GRC5. For those that know the GRC525, that was kind of there's a cult behind all of that. The Japan Radio Corporation radios were kind of up there in that it was the Apple of radios. It was like, yeah, I'm gonna pay that amount of money for that. Yeah, because it's the best in the world, and they kept that. And it's funny because every time I see one go through, and somebody's like, I'm gonna pay $1,000, $1,200, $1,400 for a JRC 525. First thing I think is, seriously, today's ham transceivers are so vastly superior to any of those technologies from the day, and I can't get it. And it's brand new, no fiddling, no thinking it's going to break down in the next year because a capacitor's going to leak or whatever. Or come on. My WDX50, nice to have you here from Northwest Arkansas. There's an awful lot of old radios are works of art. Some of them are definitely, and that I can, I know people that buy radios not because they're going to use them. Buy radios because of what they look like. Because there's nothing else that looks like that. We can go back in time to those old tube radios. I get it that those old tube radios, some of them are so freaking cool in how they look. I mean, this is a basic one, and I'm always amazed just by how it looks and how it works. There's I understand, like a cathedral type radio, or some people will pay a high price for a non-working radio that will actually never be fixed and never work. Not because of the radio side of it, because of it is a work of art, exactly like you guys said. And so some people pay hard cash for that, for sure, It was so sad because a satellite 800, you guys, if you guys don't know the story that I had told a few years ago, the satellite 800, the Grundig satellite 800, when I was doing my tech duties, there was a guy there that had one of those, and all he did with that satellite 800 was listen to the CBC Radio 1. He was on FM on 88.5 listening to CBC Radio 1. He didn't care about shortwave, didn't know what it was, he didn't care about anything, and I was fixing his computer and just could not believe that radio was there to do one and only one thing: tune CBC radio on FM. And I remember I told him, I said, if you're looking for good, high quality audio, I will bring you a radio that will have as good, if not better, audio than the satellite 800. And we'll do an exchange. I even told him back in the day, I was like, I'll bring the radio and give you $100 to get your 800. Because I was explaining to him all that it does that I actually do with radios I have. And he was like, nope. And I could understand that, I mean, it was a good looking radio and everything. And he was probably, maybe in his I never asked, but he was probably in the mode, well, it's a Grundig. Grundig is a well known, So I remember thinking, oh God, that radio could do so much more. It would do so much more here than it did there. And that was sad. But about 3 years ago, I got an email, and I couldn't get hold of the guy. You had left a phone number, and the guy was like, "Look, my father died. I got a satellite 800 here. I think if there is a place where it would be in good hands is with you." And unfortunately, I think it took 3 months before we contacted each other. He was never answering the phone, never calling back. And when we did, he said, "Oh, I'm so sorry, because I between that call and now, a friend of mine looked at it and said, oh, I'd like it," and he gave it to that friend, which is okay, That was like, oh man, I would have loved to have that radio. Sorry. Blogger I got a good deal on the Sangean ATS 909, the analog one, and it just like steam locomotive. And Jeff, most likely lose drive belt in the VCR. Yeah, well, that one, the Zenith, I don't think it is, because every function works. It's really the spinning head that it doesn't seem to spin. It doesn't seem to start. And that is kind of weird. Because most VCRs, the belt is 90% of the time. You just change the belt and everything works. I mean, these are tough. But this one is different, because I've never had a VCR that spinning head doesn't spin. I mean, that is like, the spinning head has its own motor inside it. So it's supposed to. It's not a belt that's driving it. It's supposed to be spinning on its own, and it doesn't. So I'm wondering if there's not a circuit board thing. I mean, that 41-year-old VCR has so much electronics in it compared to the Panasonic that I was able to have working again. It's just crazy. You see how that the technology is advanced over time. So anyways, I'm going to go and check it out. But it's very weird, because that spinning head is supposed to spin on its own. It is a spinning motor inside it. So I'm going to check it out. Brian Leesner, I have the Zenith Transoceanic Royal 7000. The chaos of the band done point-to-point wiring is beautiful. John H., how can you increase the sound on the Sangean 909X and LSB USB? There's no way to do it except either you use an external speaker and have a stronger audio because of that. Or one of the things I noticed, do not use rechargeable batteries on the Sangean 909X or X2. Why? It shows in the level of audio. It seems like the 1.2 volts of the battery versus 1.5 on alkaline, it actually does make a difference. So you should not use rechargeables. If you use alkaline, you will hear a difference in how strong the audio level is. So you can try that, or else you can try, using an outboard speaker to have audio, even stronger audio. But unfortunately, it is a kind of a flaw in the radio itself, where the audio of weak single sideband signals. The strong ones are okay, but when it's weak single sideband signals, oh boy, it's tough. This summer, I was at Perry Island doing the expedition, and I heard something in single sideband, a number station. And if you guys watch the video, that's the first thing I say. It's like, I wish I'd have some other radio to listen to it, because the signal was weak and the audio was very weak. Different gear TV, but how much are secondhand radios now worth? Say a good condition H51X with all box and packaging. So take care, Craig Martinetti. So the thing is that a lot of those are at the price point of getting a brand new H501X. A lot of them. And so you're like, yeah, okay. You got a new radio or not? There's so much, I mean, I never had, until a couple of years ago, a Sony radio, shortwave radio. And I'm so happy that one of the fans of this channel, gave me this ICF 7600. I mean, I'm happy to own a 10 thick Sony shortwave radio. I have to say. And I just put fresh batteries in it. Actually, I've been playing with the screws on the back, because the battery compartment is so tight that when I put batteries, I can't get them out. So I've been playing on how I can handle. So the screw is like, I don't know if you see it, it's kind of a little bit out of the compartment, because if I screw it too hard, it squeezes the battery too much. So anyways, it's great. I'm happy to have one of those. And I'd be happy to have any other Sony shortwave radios. Why I never had a Sony portable is because they were back, we say it all the time, back in the day, radios were expensive. In the 80s, radio were expensive. You didn't have a lot of money. You didn't have a lot of radios, I can tell you that. Today, you have more radios per dollar than ever. Because radios are worth, like, a Texan PL330 is what would have, if we had that back in 1980 at the price we're paying today, that would have been like, I don't know, a $35 radio in 1985. That would have been in the price range I paid. But no, the radios, the cheapest bad radios of the day were at least $150, which is like $300, $400, $500 today. And they weren't even that great. So it's a very different time. It's a very different time today. So 8132, guys, if you want to try it. 8132. Oops. 8132. Let's go here. 8132. Here we go. CW. Let's try 8132 here. So that is a Russian number station in Morse code. So we'll see if that actually is coming in here. I will be using the U20 to see if it's on the air in Europe. So as we have So it's on. I can hear it in Europe. Am I hearing anything here? Nope. Nothing. You know, when you listen to the static way too long, you sometimes hear things that maybe you don't hear. So, yeah. There's a pirate, for those that don't hear it. There's a pirate called Valley Girl Radio 6925. Let's check that out. Since I'm not hearing anything here. So Valley Girl Radio, I'm hearing on the 6925 upper sideband, playing an In Excess song, which is Suicide Blonde. So I don't know if the songs are all related to girls. So 6925 upper sideband, I am hearing Valley Girl Radio Pirate. So if you guys want to try that. What do we have? Yeah, real wood back then. Absolutely. 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 That was very, very different than today. And Jeff, I remember Quasar TVs works in the drawer. Some of those cabinets were beautiful, solid wood structures. Yep. There's definitely some really cool stuff from the back in the day in terms of hard work, basically. Kevin Michael have the Bush new edition with wind, medium wave, and FM, and no long wave. Man. I think most VCR had motors are those weird stepper type motors. So, yeah, that one. I know that they are brushless motors. It's pretty interesting because these spin really fast. They spin like at 1800 RPM, which is just crazy when you think about it. RJ Dakota, I remember seeing a Sony that had call letters of different radio stations across the dial, along with the frequencies and regions on a rotating drum, something like the Grundigs. Wow. Kevin Michael, 1998, I remember when I first seen the Satellite 800, I was amazed and finally got one. Iman Doherty, nice to have you here. Nice to have you on board. Also, if you have an amplified outboard speaker, would fix that. It may have an audio circuit defect. Well, it's the audio. It's really not necessarily an audio defect on the board, because when you're listening to AM mode, the sound is pretty high quality, pretty strong. It seems to be, and that is both on the X2 and the X. It when you listen to a weak single sideband signal, audio just doesn't pump up. It's as if it's just, I don't know. There's something wrong. So it's a female voice talking about Michael Hutchins of In Excess, which just passed away many years ago. So, interesting. Medico DX also had the chance of buying a Grundig satellite radio back around 2010 from a local seller in Gumtree. I turned it down, and it was selling for around $70. Oh, well. Yeah, that price wasn't bad at all. That price was like, yeah, I want it. Blackguard Eye K2 USA sells refurb text and radios on eBay at good prices. Iman Doherty, nice to have you here, and hope you are well too. Kathy says, if I can go back and here we go. Having a 45 Emerson wooden tube radio. When the local AM station is broadcasting baseball, I listen. So nostalgic, and I don't even like baseball. You listen to baseball just because you're listening to it on an old tube radio that looks so cool. Oh, man, that is good. Don Royal has a Sony Shortwave 77. Blagadido's Kato 501X costs $259 including shipping, and I know from experience that they are in like new condition. Nonco sells ones on eBay, new ones on eBay, $295. So, wow. Jim Gordon, what's the beer tonight? Mine is an Abbott Ale from Suffolk, England. It's reportedly brewed from a medieval recipe. Oh, that's interesting. The hangover can be medieval if you drink too much of it. You are waking up as a medieval old guy, all groggy in the morning if you drink too much of them. Mine is a Labatt Bleu Dry, which is a very basic, very probably compared to what you're drinking, very non-interesting. I need to get back into, you guys remember when I would drink like very specific beers that are very interesting and different tastes? I need to get back into that mode. That'd be fun. Good, Michael. My wish list radio is the Patrolman 9 Sony radio from the 1960s, 70s, ICF 2010. Free to choose can hear A132, but it's weak. Ricky, the building's laundry machine is running, plus the usual daytime RF garbage. Youch. Brian Leesner, 8132, not there. Mike WX50, Valley Girl radio for sure. Kevin Michael, PL 990 would be $100 back in the 1980s, $70 in the 70s. And Jeff started to replace wife's cell phone battery on an Android till I realized she never backed it up. The phone cover and battery itself are glued. Yeah. EFOG3, nice to have you on board, my friend. Tussin Love. I wasn't able to find it again, but there was a Kiwi SDR somewhere where someone had set up an artificial AM broadcast band with about a dozen different old radio programs on it. Nothing else on other bands. Okay, Michael, how do you decide number stations? Decipher? Or rephrase that question? Free to choose, 6925, pretty good. And Setsia Saint, like it is nothing on 6925. Kenneth, KW61. I had a long distance phone and missed part of the show. Where Sean became rich and purchased many new New Year's radios. What else did I miss? Yeah, I've been a millionaire now for the last week, so I've been buying everything that's old on radio on the internet. Now I can see all of you guys going. It's like, oh, Jill's gonna buy my junk. Let's just put all the junk that I have at high prices. And like B, I think I hear Morse code on A131 USB. Maybe I've been listening to the static too long. Yeah, that is a tough one. Sometimes it's like, yeah, okay. Knowles87, have you used the app Midland CB Talk? It's a really fun app for worldwide communications. No, I've not. I didn't even know it existed. That's kind of interesting if you want to elaborate a little more on it. Knowles87. Brandon Leesner, 6925, fading in. Carry his speech. Kev Michael, 6925, very weak. Thank you so much, and Jeff, for a turkey pizza. I don't think no one makes turkey pizza around here. And Jeff, but they were talking about sauerkraut on TV and mentioned sauerkraut pizza. Really? It's a thing? Okay. Oh well. Um, what else do we have? The Wind, NE8RH. Nice to have you here from New York. Those enough number stations can be decoded. I don't think they'd just be random numbers and letters. Yeah, if that's what you're asking, is like most of the time it's really just bunch of numbers and letters and stuff like that. Because if they'd be easy to decode, they wouldn't be spy number stations anymore. I don't think they'd be doing that. And there's 9263 coming up in 10 minutes, though. If you guys want to try that one, I'll put it on 9263 here. Or 92, yeah, that's true. 926. I'll put it on 926. For lower sideband to avoid WINB. And we'll see if we hear anything here. Even 93.5, I think, is going to be enough. So we're going to see if I hear it there. On that's the 9 minutes on the number stations. Perry says 8132 barely making it. I was almost. I was like, do I hear it or I don't? I'm not sure actually. So yeah, you got to be friends with a spy who has a one-time pad to decode. And that also might include the fact that once you're with that friend, he might have to kill you after you decoded the message because you're not allowed to know anything about it. David Johns, take care. Take care, my friends. See you next week if you can, next Saturday. Plasma Zombie, nice to have you here. Do zombies listen to the radio? Perry, Mike B, they don't use red sauce on the pizza when they are putting sauerkraut on it. Huh. Interesting. That is an interesting. I guess it's what you decode. How do you decode number stations? Yeah. There's like, if you listen to them, most of them will be, just groups of letters, and there's nothing you can clearly decode out of it. One of the things that could be fun, and I've never tried it, Russia has some of them which are polyphonic. They're like sending different tones. And those actually, you have a piece of software that exists that you can take the polyphonic tones and decode the numbers, because it's still numbers in groups of 5. So part of it could be fun of like, well, I'm decoding the number, the 5 letter or 5 number groups with it, but you still don't know what they're saying. You'll never know what they're gonna they have, what they have to say, basically. So take care. Squid Ink Pizza. Never had that. Somebody does that? I would think somebody in the coast where there's like a lot of fishermen and stuff. There are probably some odd pizzas with like things like that on it. I don't know. For the rest, what is there? Do you take QSY requests? Well, QSY means I should change frequencies. So I don't know if that's what you're saying, or maybe QSL requests is what you wanted to actually say. I think I'm going to hear the 9263, 926, yeah, 9263 number station, because I just heard a tone. So I think that one's going to be one I'm going to hear over here. So, yeah, that one is that's the end of the message. Basically, Mad Rear DXer. That Japanese thing, yeah, it's possible. Hey, I was looking at I don't remember where, a sushi pizza, which actually did look good. So, you know, you never know. So we're going to check out, but I think I'm going to hear 9263 because I did hear a tone. So this is interesting. And of course we're hearing the or I don't know if it's still there. I think Valley Girl Radio might have tuned off. Pirate on 6925. Hey, Craig Martinetti is back. And in his nice warm room. Cool. So, 1645 kilohertz. Well, here, we're not going to hear anything. Because it's 1645 doesn't have anything here. Where are you located, Plasma Zombie? So, yeah, 9265 Tosenloaf is WINB. That's why I put myself on 9363.5 lower sideband to move away from WINB. Yeah, 2 meters usually doesn't have skip. Usually 2 meters has much more of a... it will be like a temperature inversion or which will trap the 2 meter frequencies for quite a long distance. Plasma Zombie, all right. I'm in Montreal, Quebec, Canada, on the other side of the Atlantic. So, and if we do hear the Morse code, I'll let it play and be going for my little couple of minutes of caregiving duties. Marvin Mott's old spoiled sushi that is no longer fresh could be fried up on top of pizza and actually tastes better. Squid Ink is best on spaghetti. Huh. Pretty choose 9263 on AM, a girl quoting verses of the Bible, so we will be able to hear what is on CW. Yeah, like I said, free to choose. You go on 9264 lower sideband to move away from 9265. That's what I'm doing. Plasma Zombie, do you eat fries with mayonnaise? Yes, I do. I love it. So 9264 lower sideband. Kenneth, never tried kimchi. I like kimchi. I've had some recipes with kimchi and it was really good. Sauerkraut is always good. I never had it on pizza either, so I don't know. Can't be that bad. Toslov, I remember I could see it on the waterfall, but couldn't hear it very well. No, I'm not American, I'm Canadian. And I'm in Montreal, Quebec, Canada. So I'm not American. So, will we hear 9263? Don Royal eating my fries with horseradish sauce. You know what? I would eat fries with a lot of stuff. So let's see if we hear. our Russian spy number friends. Yep. So I'm going to let you guys with the soothing sounds of M12 Moscow number station, even though it's not very strong. 9263.6 lower sideband. And I'll be back in a couple of minutes after I do my caregiving duties. So that is the Morse code of the Russian spy number station. And nice to hear that frequency at least. One thing I want to try is 11. It's not really good today. Propagation is really, really different today. So check that out. Anything else in the 25 meter band? Yeah. Something on 11760 with no modulation, which I would guess might be Radio Vanik Cuba. So interesting to see what's out there. So, what else do we have? Okay, what else? What else? Fries with malt vinegar, says Don Royal. Kim Michael, do you hear VOCM St. John's, Newfoundland? Nope, never heard it. Never heard it here in Montreal. Brian Leesner has nothing on an E263. Jeff, History Channel says Hitler had flatulence. Sauerkraut? Yeah, nope, never. Brian Penny, excellent M12, Russian spy number station reception. What else do we have? Marvin Motz, I recommend sweet potato fries with honey. That has to be good. I like onion rings with honey. I always loved onion rings with honey. What else do we have? What else do we have? I'll try 590 views of St. John's. No, here on 590 we have, I don't remember what station. There's a station on 590 over here that's coming in very, very, very well. Plus you got to count that 600 kilohertz is a powerhouse 50 kilowatt here in Montreal, so it makes it extremely difficult to hear anything on 590. Don't know if all that blizzard stays up north. It's already pretty cold here in southern Canada, Alabama. Yeah, Mr. Carlson's videos are great. Great. Absolutely. Torpedo Heat. Nice to have you here, Torpedo Heat. And by the way, if you like what I do, don't hesitate to give a little something through the super chat here. And you can also help with the pizza fund and cat treats. It could be a pizza with cat treats on it. Through PayPal at the email address that is here. Helps me tremendously. You guys have no idea how helpful it is, and makes me helps me continue buy new equipment when I need it, and make sure that everything is here. And I'm here every Saturday. So, and once again, for those that donate whatever amount, 2 Canadian International DX Club memberships will be given away by Santa, and a surprise box. Yep, a surprise box is going to be given away. So I think this is going to be pretty cool. Pretty cool. So, there we go. Let's see what is in the email. That is in the email. All right. So email. Let's check it out. Okay, nothing new. No one saying hello. We have Henry Gonzalez that said that there's a station on 13575 clear in Spanish here. Yeah, it's 13570 actually. You're tuned 5 kilohertz too high, Henry. There was a Radio Marti that you were hearing over there. So another solar flare, guys. It seems that new sunspot is going to give us a lot of activity. Another solar flare happened. So all M-class solar flares. The one of the great videos, if you guys want to watch a video that explains so much on how we talked about it. I don't know how many times I electrocuted myself with electricity with the mains power, and one of the things that one of the videos he has, which is pretty good, is a story. He's got a story on how he got a really, really bad jolt, and that it actually was so bad that he almost, he probably wasn't that close from maybe dying from it. And he still to this day is not sure how it happened, because he's trying to figure out. It was with a very high dose of electricity. It was not just mains power. It was like thousands of volts. And he explained how it took quite a long time before everything. He wasn't wise. He didn't call the ambulance. Didn't call to get help or anything. He just stayed with it, which is kind of dumb when you think about it. But man, he's got a good story on that. Where that's why he's extremely careful. He always has these rubber carpets and so on. That's one thing that I found funny when I opened up the Panasonic VCR. On the right side of the VCR is a power supply, and it's obviously a switching power supply. And they printed on the circuit board in big letters, hot. Meaning, this is the spot where you don't want to stick your finger in. I found that really, really funny. It's like, hot. Oh, okay. Thank you for letting me know. Ah, God. Old radios, fries with vinegar, yes. With mayo, no. Oh, yes, you got to try it, and you'll adopt it. Kenneth says, that explains why you're so sweet. Ken Michael, 9263, 2 week. French fries are a black heart. Blogger, what's an old poem? I eat my peas with honey. I've done it all my life. It makes the peas taste funny, but it keeps them on my knife. Yeah, I would be the one that takes his peas and puts them in, I don't know, some... You want me to eat peas? Put peas in ice cream or something. Oh, God. Laggard, I have a 2026 New Year's Day resolution. Don't buy any more radios. Yeah, that's the funny one. It's like the one that I share on my Facebook page from time to time. And it's a guide, and it says, The guide on the top says, how not to buy. What is it? It's how not to buy new radios and other funny stories you can tell yourself. Something like that. It's like, yeah, okay. James Farley, do you find that most shortwave broadcasters have a hum in their signal? Well, there are some, but not all. Most of them don't. And one of the things you got to be careful, because it happens here. And I'm trying to figure out why. So there are broadcasters that if I take any radio, and I'm in a specific spot in my home, I hear a hum over their transmission. But the funny thing is, if I go on Kiwi SDR, or if I go with my radio outside, the hum is not there anymore. So there's two types of hum. You got to try to figure out which is a hum from the transmitter side, which is a hum because for some reason in your home, something is interacting with your radio. And here I have to be careful with that, because when I'm in my kitchen particularly, for some reason, and not all the time, which I still don't understand, and thinking about it, I haven't heard it in a while now, I will get hums on broadcasts in the radio. And for a long time I thought, well, wow, that transmitter is bad, it's humming. Until I understood at some point that, look at that, it's not them, it's me. It's like that story. It's not you, it's me. And I had to be careful from that time on. If I heard a hum over a transmitter, I had to, okay, let's move, let's go somewhere else where I know it's not going to hum. See if it's a hum on the transmitter or not. So I would like, if there's a word of warning I would give to anybody about hums on transmitting signals, make sure it's not generated for some reason inside your home, maybe with the electricity in your home or something, because that one baffles me quite a lot. A lot of the radios that I've had on it, and I'm like, I don't get it. Why does it hum? Where does that come from? What is creating that hum on the broadcast? And it's not the transmitter. But that said, there are broadcasters that have hums. Yes, absolutely. And but you just gotta be careful. But there's not that many of them. There's not that many of them that have a hum in their broadcast signal, though. But yeah, and there are a few that that their transmitters are having issues. One of the most annoying one that I've seen over time is a high pitch whine that's in the transmitter, and it's like, oh god, this is so annoying. And WWCR had one for a while on several of its frequencies before they fixed it. Boy. Plasma Zombie, does that mean we get better propagation on 10 meters? With a higher solar activity? Yes, usually. So technically, this week should be pretty good for 10 with that new group, as long as it doesn't flare too often or create geomagnetic storms. Tubrook Tim, thank you so much for the tip. You're much appreciated. I hope you're still having fun with that SDR now, and that the SDR play device. And it's pretty cool to have you here all the time. Kenneth, almost left this world trying to get a piece of toast out of my parents' toaster. Oh, were you one of those with a knife in the toaster? I do it all the time, knowing that I'm not supposed to. Oh, God. Okay, Michael, 540 kilohertz, CBK, Regina, Saskatchewan. Yeah, it's time to listen to those, eh? CBC has applied and asked for removing all of its medium wave broadcasts. So that is something that you need to know. Let's check out here if not hearing much. I don't know why somebody is actually pressing the doorbell on my doorbell, because I'm not waiting for anything. So whoever is doorbelling, I'm not supposed to. John DeSantis, thank you so much for the donation. Much appreciated. And one of the biggest problems here is that there are two apartment buildings that are, next to each other, and they look alike, and the address is very close. So 9 out of 10 times, I am getting the all of the Uber Eats and Skip and whatever food from the other apartment building here, because it's the same apartment number. And I'm always like, no, that's not me. It's not me. If you know what, I could just shut up and get free food all week. It's just funny. I don't know why anybody has pressed the doorbell. I'm not waiting. I am waiting for a radio, but it's still not arrived. So I'm not. There's not supposed to be anything here. Torpedo Head used to check tubes with his tongue. When people do stupid things, that makes me find that I saw a video this week on YouTube that this girl had a one of those metal things in her nose, and she took a 9-volt battery and stuck it all. I was like, yeah, that's not good. That's not good. What else do we have? Kenneth, could your VCR drive motor be brushless? Maybe the control board is a problem. Oh, yeah, it is a brushless motor. All the VCR heads spin at 1800 RPM. They're all brushless motors. So I think it's the control board. That's what I think. The control board has an issue. So I went to 5960 to see if Voice of Turkey was there. Not hearing Voice of Turkey. So old radios doesn't like mayo. That's what I guess, because it says no on everything. Brian Leesner, yes, fries with mayo. Plasma Zombie was the map on the screen behind. Yeah, it's Simon's World Map, and it's customized the way I wanted to see it, but you can customize it so many ways. It's a great piece of software for Windows. It's unfortunately only Windows. It is capable of showing you everything you need, even amateur radio grid squares, solar activity, the auroral areas. It's a very well and complete world map for any PC. So if you got I always say, if you got a PC lying around and an old screen, turn your PC into a world map with Simon World's map, and see the Terminator where it's day, night, and everything. It makes it a very cool map, kind of like the what is it called, the Geotron or something like that some actually are using. It actually works very well. So Bill says the Belgians invented French fries and they use mayonnaise. So there you go. Okay, Michael. Oh no, solar flares will kill my radios. Yeah. What else do we have? Was that a St. Jean ATS 405 you held up? Nope. This is a Sony ICF 7600 JR. I don't know if you could see the... Here we go. Is it on this side or that side? No, that's the side where it is. Here it is. 7600 JR. I don't know if you could see it very well. There you go. So it's one of the Sonys. The only Sony I own, and that's thanks to a fan that gave it to me. His dad passed away, and he thought that it would have a good home here. Bill says, I had a bad hum on very strong medium wave signals. I traced it to my unit and scanner, grounded the antenna to the unit, and it went away. Like it, I rather like the ATS 405, although not the most sensitive radio in the drawer. Yeah, it's a neat radio. I think mine is right here. Yeah, I see it here. It's right here on top of my printer scanner combo. It's neat. I mean, it's not the best, but it's kind of neat. All radios, me and my picky neurodivergent. We all have that. We all have that weird thing. And Jeff, look, let's get an outlet checker and look for reverse polarity. Yeah, you should have that. Here, this place is horrible for electricity. I purchased a beautiful fixture to put just above my my kitchen counter, and it's brushed aluminum finish on the outside. So I plugged that in, and I mean, that thing has been there for 2-3 years. One night, I'm half asleep. It's 3 in the morning. I'm giving Paul the cat food, and I did what I had never done before. I was actually touching the kitchen sink, aluminum kitchen sink, and I went to turn on the light, and I got zapped like you have no idea. And that's where I learned at 3 in the morning that the outlet was not wired correctly. So the neutral was actually hot. And that's where I actually, the next day, took out the outlet and fixed it, changed the wires so that they were wired correctly. But that showed me that people here I've played over the years. This place is 75 years old. It was built in 1950. Over years, people with no experience and no knowledge have played with the electrical outlets. There's a switch in my living room that doesn't switch anything on or off. And I always thought that maybe, there was this time when, like, they would build these apartment buildings, and they would have these electrical box on the ceiling, because people had these lamps that were just hanging from the ceiling. And I'm pretty sure that somewhere in my living room, there must be an electrical box that over time they just, closed up. Because I've always been wondering, what does that switch on? It doesn't do anything in my living room. And I'm pretty sure there must be an electrical box somewhere on the living room ceiling where one of those hanging lamps existed at some point. Radio Kid. Well, I've never heard a hum on 9955 personally. I don't know if I can tune it now to test it. Yeah, I'm not hearing it right now. But last I've heard 9955, I didn't hear. Yeah, Greg. It's sad to see. It's sad that Voice of America is gone. G-Max says, thought it was my doorbell. It seems here also there's another problem. Is people don't know their numbers. It's apartment 1 to 6. And for some reason, even though I did take a big black marker and put 6, people press and say, oh, I thought it was number 1. Can you read numbers? Oh, man. Kenneth, some radios come with a hum and sound. Others don't. You know. Yeah, Shangu 66. What's the other one? The one that gets zapped all the time with his electrical stuff. That guy is so funny. It's like, wow, aren't you capable of doing anything without being zapped? It's like, come on. I'm surprised he's not dead yet. Ken Michael, 17625, Radio New Zealand strong. 625? Not 675? Like that, I was doing demolition work in office space with metal studs. I turned the breaker off, tested the outlets, and went to work. Someone turned the breaker back on. My hand was black, but not burned. Wow. Yeah, I'll do Moscow Nights tonight. So you guys better give more donations. Kidding. I'll do a Moscow Night tonight. Yeah, I promise. Kenneth said, watching my instructor trying to remove the HV lead of the TV tube. Very instructive, although class was canceled for the rest of the day. Yeah. Plasma Zombies, my internet connection lagging. You're reading my comments. No, I am. So right now I am 7-8 minutes behind. It's not you. It's me. Once again. I mean, the time that I go through the comments, Plasma Zombie, it's really not your internet connection. Blogger My uncle was a TV repair guy, and he drawed long sparks with a screwdriver to show me. Probably the least funny moment in my life as a teenager. You know when we do stupid things? So here's the story. I need to plug something outside on the balcony, and the closest outlet from that balcony is at least 50 feet away. And I do not have a extension cord of that length, but I really need and really want to do it. So I take 200 feet spools of wire that I have. One end I screw to a very basic plug to put in the wall outlet, and I just roll. And on the other end, I had a plug that you just like, you open up, you put the wires, and then you put it back together, and you've got the plug so you can plug something on. Over time, so that probably was like working great for, I had put some tape over the two wires so that they'd keep together as much as possible. And I mean, that lasted like a summer. I was playing my, my boombox, stuff like that. And but there was one flaw. At the kitchen table, one of the chairs kept going on the wires, so the wires is slowly stripping to the metal of the wire itself. So one day my mom is in the kitchen with the she's cleaning in the kitchen. It's like she has a broom and everything. And to make sure that she takes all the dust correctly, she takes the wire that is on the ground to dust off below underneath. But she actually took it exactly where the metal wires were showing on both sides. And all I heard was like a big scream, and my mom looking at me being extremely annoyed, knowing that it's my fault that I did that thing. Her hand, inside her hand, it was all dark. And I was like, oh God. Okay. And the worst part is I had seen that the wires were slowly stripping, and I was like, yeah, I need to fix that. But, you know, lazy teenage boy, not doing anything. It's like, yeah, they're not touching, it works. Oh, man, I'll never forget that moment. That was one of those moments where your mom is not very happy at their kid. I'm going to tell you that. That, and I still remember a friend coming over, and there we have this transformer. We have no idea where it comes from. We have no idea what it does. We have no idea what it's supposed to be used in. And idiot me just looks at my friend and says, it's a transformer. Let's just put 2 wires on it. It's going to do what it does. Yeah, what does it do exactly? I was about 14, beginning, and I just plugged it. There's a big poof, a big blue spark. Me and my friend just froze. The power went out in half of the house, and all I heard was my mom saying, Gilles, what did you do? It's like, Gilles, what did you do? It's always my fault. Always my fault. Oh, God. Yeah, well, this is an old house, first of all. So, 75 years old. The outlets here are not grounded at all. None of them. The only ones that are grounded in this apartment is the ones in the stove. And the only other things that are grounded are the electrical heaters. But for the rest, the outlets are not grounded here. This is too old of a building. Really too old of a building for that. What else do we have? Blogger, I always carry an outlet tester in my tool belt, but a faulty GFI outlet fooled it. Radio Kid, you're on my old computer lying around with the extra screen. I must force the Windows 11 upgrade on my 13-year-old desktop that obviously wasn't supported. So Chrome Flex desktop now. Radio Kid, okay. Must be hum on my house. Yeah. Change room. Take your radio if it's portable. Change room. Listen to the same signal. Go outside. Go away from the house. See if you hear the hum again. If the hum goes away, you know that there's something inside the house. But like I said, there are a few. They're not that much. They're not that many. There are a few transmissions that do hum. But if you're here humming on almost everything you listen to, especially if it's strong signals, you might have the same problem that I am having, actually. Hey, Matt, MDK2, nice to have you on board from Denver, Colorado. And we got our first snow of the winter. So, you know. Yeah, there's a big debate about that. Tosin Love, the upside down. Is it upside down or not? There's a lot of your outlets should not be smiling at you or looking at you like it's a face. The ground should be at the top. But there's no clear yes or no on that. So Are they upside down? They're not upside down. There's a big debate on that, honestly. Ricky says my building is all weird. Small numbers upstairs, large numbers on the ground floor. Anytime there are contractors or visitors here, I make a point of pointing this out. Yeah. Megan says my house was built in 1920s as a shop and retrofitted into a house later. So there's some quirks with it, like strange wiring and fun localized interference and power telecom lines all around. You know, I take care of this place very often when the landlord's gone. And I still remember, what was it, a year and a half ago? My next door neighbor comes knocking on my door and says, I think I got an electrical shock taking a shower. And I'm like, what? Says, yeah, I was taking a shower and I got a shock. So I take my multimeter, I put an alligator clip in the metal drain, put one on the shower head, which was also metal, and my multimeter was reading 90 volts. And I was like, youch. No wonder you got electrical shock. 90 volts. And the first thing I did is, oh God, I gotta go check my shower because now I'm scared of taking a shower. But all the other apartments, because I did everybody, all the other apartments were fine. So the electrical, I called the electrician. Electrician came over and started looking at what the hell is happening. And finally, we found that there was a fault only in that apartment. And he rewired with a brand new wire. But he took out the electrical panel. And he just showed me inside and he said, look at what a 75-year-old building that has electricity from 1950, which is not up to code to today, looks like. And I just like, okay, that's fun. I'm either going to die electrocuted or die from some electrical fire someday. And I looked at it and I was like, wow, this building needs to be the electricity needs to be completely redone. It's just crazy. Mark Marnland. And yeah, I will be doing. I need your email, Mark. Please. Email official shortwave radio at gmail.com. Send me your email there. Write me a little message. Or put your email here if you don't care. I need it because you won a CIDX Messenger 1-year subscription, but I don't have anywhere to send it to. We need your email. Please send your email so we can send you the subscription, 1-year subscription of CIDX membership. Nice to have you here, by the way, Mark. So yep, Moscow Nights. It's coming up. Plugged I spent about 8 hours tracing and repairing my underground dog containment fence, cut in multiple places by some landscapers. Oh God. Pagel's wires with wire nuts and gel containers. G-Mac, when I was 4, I found a lamp cord naked on the end of and plugged it in on 110. Mom hit me with a broom handle, then went to a hospital with burned black hands. Oh God. Hey, David in Barcelona, Spain. Nice to have you on board. As usual, Q2H Barcelona, Spain. Got an accidentally zapped with 220 twice in my life. It's a shocking and highly tingly experience. And you guys are on 220. Here in North America, we're 120. This is like, oof. I can't imagine what 220 sounds like. Sheila says you sound like Michel. As a kid, I had to break things so I could figure out how they worked. Oh man, My father was mad at me all the time because every time we'd have something, he would always say, "Why did you have to break it?" I'm not breaking it, I'm opening it to see how it freaking works. I want to see how it works. That's how we learn. Yeah, I might have broken a lot of stuff doing it, but today I'm able to fix things because I've learned how to break them. That sounds counterintuitive. I know how to fix stuff today because I broke them when I was young. Radio Kid, your house age matches your Westinghouse radio. Yeah, almost. Yeah, pretty much. So it's like this was built to be here. Take care, Lagardai. You stay safe. Always nice to have you here. M. Frayne. Hey, Martin. Nice to have you here. EI4 JGB in Ireland. Nice to have you on board, my friend. Okay, Martin Nanty. Somebody mentioned sauerkraut. I am eating a sausage on a bun with sauerkraut and onions and a little yellow mustard. Ricky, in my mom's workshop, you'll find a large ripping needle with a fabric handle, slightly burnt, melted. Allegedly, my doing as a young child after sticking it into an outlet. Oh, God. I always have this joke at Christmas where it's like, hey, you're looking for a Christmas gift, and it's like a fork and I don't know what else, and an electrical outlet. It's like fun with electricity. Have fun. And I had so many things that would happen. One of the worst that could have happened, I was playing, I was kind of the guy that would like amaze my friends. So we were in a basement and we're with like I'm with 5 or 6 friends of the day, and we're in a basement, and all I have is these funky light bulbs, but I don't have any sockets for them because they're all weird sockets, but I want to show everybody how they work. So I did bring with me a power cord that has just the 2 wires sticking out. So I plug that in the outlet, and I take the bulbs and I put the wires and stick them on the bulbs and show, these bulbs that have like the wavy filaments and all sorts of weird things doing. And my friends were like, "Oh, wow, this is so cool. This is so cool." And so I show the bulbs, all of that. And then, I don't know, we do something else. So I don't unplug the wire. I just leave it there. The fantastic 12-year-old guy, Just leave it there. No danger. Nothing's dangerous in here. And so when I picked it up, I took the 2 metal leads on each hand. Perfect, And I was lucky because I took them, I got a real jolt, but was able to leave, it's like the wire fell down. I was like, oh shit, I forgot to remove it from the outlet. I got to say I was very stressed. I was stressed on the moment, but that could have been, I wouldn't be here to tell about it today, honestly. So that would have been a bad experience. That could have been really, really bad. I can tell you that. And I will tell you, I'm sorry about the words I'm going to use, but I am now today chicken shit with electricity. If there's something we have to check, plug, use, I am a total chicken shit. I'm going to tell you immediately. Don't ask me if you want to have help with electricity, because I'm not going to be very helpful. I am chicken shit today. And to give you an idea, when I get a new radio like this, I don't have the, slow, bring it up to, like Mr. Carlson's lab. He's got his isolation transformer. He's got this, let's slowly bring it up to voltage. I don't have any of that. So what happens is, like, I want to know if it works, I just plug it in. But I'm so chicken shit of these things exploding, catching fire, or whatever. So what I do is I plug them into an extension cord that goes way out the room. And I plug it in, and I see if there's any weird noise, funky things happening, flames. And if it sounds right, then I slowly come into the room. I tell you guys, I'm chicken shit today, and maybe it's because I've been zapped too many times. Today I'm really chicken shit. Oh, God. Tosnov, I wonder if Europe has more accidental shocks due to 220. I've never looked into that. I don't know if there are any, are more people killed in Europe with 220 than in North America? Or, I guess it's all a question of how it happens, basically. But, yeah, it's a good question. Kenneth, customers must have loved to hear Jill saying, I learned to properly break your equipment so I can now fix it. Oh, man. Close enough. When I was a kid, I was afraid to plug things in for some reason. Yeah. And, of course, there's the accidental things, like I still remember when I was 8 or 9, plugging the Christmas tree. And I'm sure some of you guys know what I'm going to be talking about. We had a couch in the living room. There was an outlet behind the couch. So what would happen? The couch would always go bang against the wall, and it would, like, slowly break the wiring of whatever you plugged there. And I still remember I was going to plug the Christmas tree, and I didn't know that now the wires were sticking out. I just plugged it in behind the couch, like, boop, and I was like, oh man, the shock I got in my hand. I was like, oh, that was like 8 years old. I was like, what the hell? My mom was like, why don't you plug the Christmas tree? I was afraid to plug the Christmas tree after that. Oh, man. So, yeah. Oh, yeah, definitely. I've had an experiment with that, which was very interesting. The AC frequency of of electricity. I had the occasion to test 50 hertz, 60 hertz, 200 hertz, 1,000 hertz, and like 12 kilohertz, all with 12 volts. And you had to put 2 fingers, one hand, 2 fingers. I could feel 50 really well, 60 really well. And it was interesting because at 100, I could feel it, but it was not as strong. And at 1,000, I could barely feel anything. And at 12 kilohertz, I felt zero. And I was like, wow, this is interesting. The higher an AC frequency, the least it seemed to impact or feel anything. And I was very curious at that. Old radios. I'm such a sloppy typist, I accidentally hit keys that caused some action to get triggered. Oh, God. To broke Tim, as a youth, I decided to odd-shot 6D batteries with 120 AC. I blew the batteries to hell and knocked out the lights in the house. Of course, my father blamed me. Of course, we're always the one to blame. I had, I had a rechargeable 9-volt battery, and you know, when you're a kid, what is the biggest problem of a kid? Patience is not a thing. So I had a remote control car and a 9-volt battery, which was like I've never seen any after that. I was so surprised that I actually had in my life a 9-volt rechargeable nickel cadmium battery. So anyway, I'd used it so many times that back then how did it work? You'd plug it, and I'd be like, okay, it's gonna be ready in 16 hours. So one day, my friends are over, and I'm like, I don't want to wait. I'm not going to wait 16 hours. Let's jolt it a little more. I'm going to plug it directly to a 9-volt power supply. And I had done that a few times in the past. Like, plug it direct and leave it there for like, I don't know, 20 minutes. And it's like charged enough to do a while. So I wasn't scared. I was used to it. So that day, I plugged it in. Little mistake. Usually I take it off after 20 minutes. I forgot. I had totally forgotten. So after about an hour, we hear this real loud little poof in the living room. The bottom part of the battery flew through the wall, not through it, but on the wall. And all of the batteries that were composing inside were all like scattered all over, which I'm sure was very toxic because nickel, cadmium are toxic materials. Well, not nickel, but cadmium is. And I was like, okay, the battery just exploded. Man, things we do when we're young. All radios. Says me too. I'm too chicken shit to repair radios. Plus the jargon hurts my head. Yeah. David says, you said it correctly. As I experienced it, I remember the tingle being intense enough for me to almost hear it. Or maybe I thought I was hearing it. I really felt it in any case. Oh yeah, that was bad. That was bad. Oh God. So many things that we do when we're, oh God. Kenneth, 400 hertz burns your hand very well. But it's interesting to see how you go higher and higher, it's less and less visible. And that was very, very interesting. Well, different gear TV, there's a lot of that. And not even with antennas. Just people, sticking out their shiny aluminum ladders and not even looking at the high tension power lines. My brother-in-law, which worked for construction, actually blacked out a whole street because he didn't know that the ladder never touched the wires. He didn't know that, yeah, they're not touching, but being close enough is enough. And a spark just happened. And he was lucky because, like, a couple of minutes more and he was on the ladder as it was happening. So he could have been just zapped and died there or whatever. But there are every year dozens, if not hundreds, of stories like that. Ricky says unrelated technology connections adjusts a 220 volt UK kettle so it can be used in the US. Don't try this at home. Oh, this is interesting. I'm going to check that out. I like technology connections. Always some cool stuff there. Oh man. Oh, that's something you got to be careful. We can actually, using knives. Imagine using knives trying to open something and you're holding it. So like, yeah, bad idea. You never know. You never know what's gonna happen. Yep, absolutely. Oh God. Yeah, depending on how yeah, yeah. The first time I understood what how RF can burn you was with a CB radio. I My dad had purchased a portable CB, and I was trying to adjust stuff, and I didn't, I once again I was ignorant of everything, and maybe I was 14 or 15. I knew nothing about RF and RF burns and what, transmitting with. It was just transmitting with 4 watts, but I still remember transmitting, and I wanted to take the antenna and move it so I could see if my friend could hear me more. And I just put my hand on the metal, stick of the antenna. And I still remember how fast I just took my hand off because it pinched like somebody was pinching me real hard across the hand. And I was like, whoa, what's that? And I still remember that. And so today when I transmit electricity, I transmit RF signals, with my ham gear. Yeah, you just don't. You don't touch anything. You don't do that. One time that I got also zapped with RF is I was using a transmitter, and the microphone wire, the cable that came out of the bottom of the microphone was sticking out, and the metal of that wire was actually sticking on one of the microphone. And I guess there was a lot of RF coming back. I'm going to tell you one thing. I just clenched the microphone, and I don't think it took more than a second that I was just like, ooh, I just dropped the microphone. Because it burned just at the edge where that little wire was touching. And I was like, oh God, RF is bad. RF is bad. David says, oh yes, one of the times I shunned myself was also with a set of plugged-in Christmas tree lights. One of the bulbs had burned out and I grabbed it. Little did I know the glass cover had gone too. Oops. And there was so much. When I was young, I remember the Christmas sets that were in Christmas trees. They were far from what we have today. My parents had this old, big, like the C7 bulbs, and it was a set that had that, like, cloth over the wires. It was so old. It was crazy. And add to the fun, we had these big metal stars. They were like aluminum stars that you would put there and then put the bulb in the socket, and it would hold it like that. And man, that set was the most dangerous thing I've ever seen in my life. That was really, really not safe. Those sets were crazy, crazy bad. And I don't know how many times things happened. I remember, there was a time when making Christmas trees, it was very popular to take like what was it? It was like, lead strips, very thin strips that you just throw on the tree because it made like, there's ice coming down or something. And I mean, remember, I remember throwing one and it touched where there was a bulb, and it did a big poof. And I was like, oh God, I don't want to touch that tree anymore. back then, back then it was crazy how there was so much carelessness about these things that you're like, these are just not, they're just not safe at all, at all. This is crazy. And then later on, I remember when I had some money from an uncle or something, and one day when it was time to make the Christmas tree, I was about 15. My mom says, "Why did you buy a new Christmas set with the light bulbs? Because the old one is too dangerous to be in a tree." I bought a new one. The new one was all plastic. No more metal anywhere. It was all like plastic. It was like, no, this is safer than your crap that we're doing the Christmas tree every year. It was just so crazy. Just so crazy. It's like, yeah. Oh, man. A lot of times the shock doesn't do any damage, but your reaction does. Yeah. Oh, man. Yeah, that was popular back then. That's like, we would make our trees, and like, it was, and I still remember the boring part of, okay, now we're taking the tree apart. We have to remove all of that crap we threw on the tree, put it back on that. It was like a cardboard box that you just like threw it back on. I was like, yeah, we're gonna use it again next year, because we have two choices. We could buy a new one next year because it costs nothing, or we're gonna save it for next year. And I was like, oh God, we're gonna save this and put it back in the box for next year. Oh God. Oh yeah, no, today, you know what? I every year on my Christmas tree, one of my things that I do is I want to have something new. So I always buy a new set of lights that has something unusual on it. But I look at how things are done today, and I'm like, yeah, no danger. Like, most of the sets today are actually running on 12 volts now. And it's like, yeah, no danger of, zapping myself with anything on these today. It doesn't work. Man. I like the old incandescent bulbs. There's something about the new bulbs today that I don't find as attractive. The colors are kind of too rough, like the blue and the LED lights. I find like there's something about the color that's just too aggressive. And I was at Canadian Tires, and what happened is I was looking at the incandescent bulbs, and next to it, I didn't read at first. It was like, oh, why are these incandescent bulbs so expensive? And the small incandescents, like the ones here in the back that are shining right here. These are real incandescent. So they're like, why are these 3 times the price? And suddenly I look at the box and it says LED. They actually did imitation LED bulbs that look like the incandescent ones, and they are actually real good. I was like, wow, LED bulbs that look like and shine like the old incandescent. I was very happy to find. I bought one because they were on sale, so I was like, I'm gonna buy one. I'm gonna test it out. It's in the tree now, and I gotta say, it's very, very nice. I'm very happy that they have done those, because I'm going nuts replacing the bulbs and the incandescent ones. It's just like, oh man, this is getting way too complicated now. So I'm happy. I think at Boxing Day I'm gonna go, and they're gonna be like half price. I'm gonna go and just buy a bunch of them for next year. Gilles, does a small bleed over shock during a thunderstorm count as being hit by lightning? Um, Technically, not really. But the thing is, you don't have, if a lightning strikes fairly close, you're in a field of electricity that you don't need to get, um, that you like, you're in that field where you can actually feel like being zapped pretty well. One of the things that I always that I one of the questions I get all the time is, you know, is it dangerous for me to get, a lightning bolt on that's going to hit my antenna? And especially when, people put like 100 feet of wire out there. And I always tell them the chances of your 100 feet of wire being hit by lightning is, like winning the lottery. It's close to zero. But the thing is that the majority of damage and problems done with lightning is not a direct hit. It's a very close hit. So an example of that is if a lightning bolt would strike a pole in the backyard 50 feet from here. Well, it's close enough that that field of magnetism and of that is created around that bolt is strong enough that it possibly could blow the input of my Yaesu, for example. And if it's even closer than that, and I have actually, there's a ham here in southern Quebec that was explaining that the lightning bolt hit at the end of his backyard, not even the antennas, wires, nothing, just the end of his backyard. And every single electronic thing and electricity driven device in his home blew up. And it was not even a direct hit. So you don't even need a direct hit for things to go bad. If it's just close enough. If it's just close enough. So, Michael, and I say, have you heard outside Christmas lights used to melt the snow? Yeah, I remember that. Those big bulbs that would be outside and would melt. Yep, absolutely. Absolutely. GMAC, I thought lightning came up from the ground up. It's, you know what? It's kind of a mix. There's been both happening, both from ground up to up and up to ground. But the thing is wherever it comes from, the lightning itself, you don't need a direct hit to have damage or problems. This is why, if you're gone for a long time, you should keep your antennas unplugged. And I don't, when somebody tells me, well, I'm scared of leaving my wire outside because it might be hit by lightning and cause a fire. If there's a lightning bolt that hits your wire, it's anyways going to be so close that your wire is not the problem. It's just very close. Plus, what a lot of people don't understand is that, for example, if it's 100 feet of wire, that wire is just gonna vaporize. It's not even gonna be. It's not gonna drive anything in your home. It's that being scared of lightning hitting your wires or stuff is not something you should think about and be worried about. It's just a question of being close. Your wire, that's another thing. Is like, oh, well, I'm afraid my wire hanging in the backyard is going to attract lightning. It doesn't attract lightning. Most of the time, lightning is going to hit something that's much higher, much bigger. So, and if it does hit your backyard where your wire is, honestly, honestly, you know what? Your wire had nothing to do with it. And if there's damage, your wire has nothing to do with it, honestly. Hey, Kevin Michael, you take care. 73. See you next week, hopefully. Universe. Okay, those are very good answers. So, yes, I stopped what I was doing just then. Men are more prone to being hit than women, though. I'm not sure. There's, maybe because men are more stupid in what they do. But you know what? Lightning doesn't have to be a direct hit. It could be very close, and that's the way it is. There are absolutely some cases of ham radio operators. Their antennas got struck by lightning, stuff like that. But often that is like if you put up a tower with that big shiny metal stuff on it, I can understand that if there's a lightning strike close, it might be tempting because electricity wants to go through the easiest path possible, But I wouldn't worry too much about that. I mean, if it has to happen, it will happen, whether you have an antenna outside or not. Just a close hit is enough. And if lightning hits the transformer on the other side of the street just across my window here, probably everything here in this house is going to blow up just by the amount of electricity that's going to go through it. That ham operator was saying that the lightning struck at the end of his yard, which did not hit anything. Actually, all of his light bulbs that were in sockets, the incandescent bulbs were all blown. The filament was blown because there was too much electricity that got through it. And it was very interesting because he's a electronics guy, and he likes to repair stuff. He tried to repair a lot of his stuff. And he was saying that all the little wall warts that had these magnetic transformers inside, he said inside it was like a big charred black block. He had to remove all of that and rewire each of them if you wanted them to work again. And it's pretty amazing. He said the only thing that survived the blast of that lightning was his fridge, his stove, and I think he said the water heater. But these are heavy duty stuff, so maybe they're meant to be more, acceptable or accepting of really strong currents that are very brief, So there's a lot of stuff, and Kenneth says modern electrical code requires a whole house lightning suppressor. I don't think that's the case here. Here it's a lightning nightmare to happen. Michael, can you explain how grounding a wire antenna and what it does? Well, actually, most of the time you don't ground your wire antenna itself. The antenna itself is not grounded. You will ground the whole circuit of the antenna system. So, for example, I've got a mobile vertical in the backyard, and it requires some form of grounding to actually balance itself. So I got a big metal shed. That's why a lot of the mobile antennas on cars back in the day, when cars were all made of metal and a lot less of plastic, you just stick the antenna on top, it would create a whole circuit. So if you put up an antenna, what you do is you don't ground the antenna. You actually use a ground that will compensate and make a whole circuit, because a antenna system is a very is a complex system. Like I have here my ham transceiver's got an end-fed antenna. An end-fed antenna is known for one major flaw, and it's the fact that it has a lot of RF coming back in the shack. And I do see that happen here on my Yaesu FTX10 on certain frequency ranges, where the end-fed, which is a simple wire with an unbalanced to unbalance, or a balance to unbalance to match the radio. It's not a perfect and not a good complete circuit. So because there's kind of no grounding except maybe the radio itself that you can ground. The big problem with grounding is also that there's another problem, is if your grounding cable is 20 feet long before it is stuck to a ground plane in the ground or anything, well, you're not grounding. That's not a ground. A ground needs to be extremely close for it to be a ground. It becomes some kind of weird weird resonance system. So, if you live on like here, I live on what is pretty much the third floor. If I put a wire to ground it to the ground, it's not a ground at all. It's actually more of an antenna than anything else. So a lot of people that ground are actually not grounding at all and don't know that it's not a ground and think they're grounding, but no, there's too much length. You're not grounding. You're creating some kind of weird system here. Antennas are very, very complex. It's a whole thing that is to master the understanding of how everything needs to be done to work well. I can bet you that more than half of all the hams out there that think they're grounded their shack or system have not. They think it is not. By the way it's done, by the way it was done, and by the length of the cables they're using. So it becomes extremely, extremely complex to explain to anyone. It's like, no, what you just did here is not a ground. If I put a wire outside this window into the ground at the bottom, and it's not a ground. There's too much wire. It's too long of a wire of a descent to be a ground. It becomes kind of more of an antenna. So these are all things that is very, very complex. And to be grounded, you have to be in line, direct, very close to wherever you're grounding yourself to be an actual ground. It's a complex issue, and it's not a part of the knowledge I have that I can really explain a lot, because I have a lot of lack. This is where I lack a lot of knowledge, antennas and grounding. But I know for a fact that if you are grounding your ham shack and that whatever wire you're using to ground is more than 10 feet long or 20 feet long, you're not grounding. It's not a ground. You might think it's a ground. It's not a ground. And there are ways to compensate for lack of a ground. Like on the third floor here, there's no ground. The only thing that's grounding, and you should never do that, by the way, is like, yeah, my electrical heater is grounded, but you should never ground your AM equipment on the electrical ground of your home. That's not recommended. So all of that makes it very complex, and very difficult to understand. How do you really kind of ground yourself, basically? So it's something. You need this requires a whole a whole knowledge just to understand how it all works out. Imagine the radio stations, AM, FM, shortwave stations, how they ground their own transmitter sites in these big fields. Well, they're already on the ground up, so it's like it's they can do it there and have these ground planes that they bury underneath the ground at huge lengths of it too. It's like it's crazy. You'd be surprised at how much there is. Like a 50 kilowatt AM station that is in a field. You'd be surprised of how much of all the electrical system of the antenna is actually underground, buried there too. It's pretty crazy. So that's a whole thing that needs to be carefully done, because there's a lot of RF that can come back and so on. So it's to be a real ground, and like I said, to be a real ground, I'm pretty sure, I can bet you that there's a majority of hams that think they're grounded. They're not. They just think that just putting some kind of rod in the ground and having 30 feet of wire plugged on it, oh, I'm grounded. No, you're not. It's just very, very complex. So it's Ricky says, I'm probably better off listening to my portable radio after placing it on a large baking sheet. So, it's a complex thing. I'm always questioning myself here, because I know there's a lot of RF coming back on some bands. But at the same time, I'm so limited in how I can ground anything that I look at ways to compensate. If you don't have a ground, you can compensate in some ways. There's a way to balance out electrical systems of antennas without necessarily grounding it in a way that we call it a ground. So it's pretty crazy. It's a whole subject, and that's where when I passed my ham license, that is probably where I lost my points. Understanding clearly all of that antenna ground system, basically. So it's interesting in its own. So, but there's a lot to learn on all of that, honestly. Really, a lot to learn. So, hey guys, I'm going to say goodbye, and yes, we will do I haven't done it in a long time. We're going to say goodbye to, in a proper manner with the Moscow Knights. So, remember, you can give a little something here to the super chat. And there's pizza fund and cat treats also, and of course radio and everything that I need. If you want to give a little something, it's always very, very useful. I mean, without your donations, guys, I'm not even sure I'd be here with all of what's happening lately. So I want to thank you guys for being here, and you guys for being great fans of my channel. So here's the PayPal, and we're going to, I need my headphones for this to happen. That's where it's going to happen. I also need to do a little something before I will, so let's see what happens here. So this is here. Okay. Oh, look at that. Okay. Need to, sorry guys, I'm just gonna, there we go. And here we go. So I don't actually kick off the camera. So thanks guys for being here all the time and being amazing people. I will do a little something before we do the Moscow Nights. I need to mute myself unless you guys want to become deaf, because I know what's going to happen when I do a little something soon. Here we go. I guess you guys can hear me now. So let's check that out for Moscow Nights. Won't be long. So I don't have, why is it not playing? Moscow Nights is playing here. So, okay, guys, I will be back in 2 seconds. I need to check the connection. Is gonna work now. You are hearing it? Okay, that's interesting because it was not showing here on the console. So here it goes. Let's start this now. Let's put this. There you go. This is Radio Moscow, broadcasting on 17 different frequencies at the same time, 24 hours a day. Love you all, guys. Stay safe. Hope that
Avec
you.
DoorDash et jusqu'à 40.
Oops. Hope that you enjoyed the Moscow nights. And always interesting because it always reminds me of the good old days of Radio Moscow. Stay safe, everybody. Love you all. See you next week. 20 hours Universal Time. And do take care of yourself, okay? Love you all, babe.